She was alive. Oh. Anyway.
Nightbot. Welcome to my channel. Streamlaments. Welcome to my channel.
Huh. Not true.
Collapses from extreme first, at which point I feed him a laxative and watch him shit himself to death. Is it wrong to watch a dying man's ass fertilize my fields?
I don't think so. That's called efficiency, man. I agree.
No, not at all. But if I turn a bandit's dead, broken body into a flesh puppet to serve us economically until it rots away, that's considered evil.
Why?
A bigger is if I get decapitated by a dragon while adventuring, fly back home without a head, and use Yang God possession to transfer my consciousness into the body of another man's wife, does that make me a homosexual?
I don't know. It depends on, do you have sex? And do you stay as his wife? It's a lot of future problems.
Some questions have no clear answer. Have you ever frozen to death during winter because the wall of your house stood up and walked away?
What?
Unfortunately, in this game, that's a frequent occurrence. Without warning, anything on the map can gain sentience. Sentient objects can also randomly enter the map. As
This is what I talk about, like in Chinese fantasy culture in here. Everything, as long as you live long enough, they can get sentience. Like a fox can become a fox spiritual. They can start to use magic just because they live long enough and they get sentient and they can transform even into like human form and talk human language, or like a wall, like a pod, a tree. You know what I mean? Like everything has a chance to move.
Entire pagodas march in and flatten my base. What's the point of them? To grief you. But more seriously, you can turn them into a 14-year-old boy. What is the application of this?
That's what I'm talking about. They can transform into human.
You can take a shit, give it sentience, and turn it into a human, who you're going to call Big Chungus, because the guys on Discord data mined the Chinese code and found out that specific set of Latin characters ensures that the sentient spirit will generate with the highest stats possible. Then you're going to make a literal piece of shit because...
Is that really a hairstyle called shit hairstyle?
become a demigod and ascend to heaven. And that's what cultivation is all about. By the way, everyone who ever goes to heaven, whether by death or ascension, gets a little epilogue section, so you can follow the shenanigans of
Somehow they all have the same face. There is no variation.
former disciples. Here's a sample of the literary gems you might encounter.
Reincarnated into a girl and become a prostitute? Okay, I'm gonna censor that. Oh wow, and she eventually committed... Okay, we will censor that too, yep.
Ming Wu reincarnated as an ant, but got drowned to death by a mean child who peed on the ant nest. Then he reincarnated into a parrot, but because he learned a lot of profanities and was swearing all day, someone plucked out his feathers and he froze to death.
No!
And
That's so cool, so scary.
in his next life as a human, he met a strange acting boy, and believing him to be an immortal in disguise that could teach him cultivation, he took him in as his own. However, as it turned out, the child was actually mentally Later on, you'll find out combat gets a little more complicated with the introduction of formations. To understand what that is, go to another sect and try stealing. The moment you do so, a gigantic bubble forms in the sky and tears you to pieces. This is called a formation. The leader of it is called...
What are this?
The pillar, and everyone around them an auxiliary. It follows the rules of Feng Shui, so different elements will feed each other as they flow back to the pillar. It might look very... Oriental, but
I don't understand any of this. It says like sword and nothingness on this little pad. Is this like a mini chess game?
It's just Chinese Lego. What's the point of formations? To deal with a little cave that appears in our base after about 200 days. If you're not ready and you need to suppress it, give it a nice room. This will buy you some time. But whatever you do, don't give it offerings.
What is this cave? Is this like a demon living down there?
It's going to break out anyway, but your sacrifices will make it stronger. So we may as well piss it off. Welcome to the official casual filter.
Yay!
The first boss you're going to encounter is the Flood Dragon, and it has a chi of about 10 million.
The dragon somehow look very 3D-ish. Very high quality dragon from a 2D game.
Good luck. Honestly, if you get to this stage, congrats. Now, swallow your pride, go read a bunch of guides, and install some mods. It'll improve your life greatly. I'll attach the ones I use below. There's nothing essential, but when you have to micromanage the mental state of about 18 different cultivators, it does get tiresome. Listen, I've been writing the script for close to a month. There's no way to include everything, and I want my life back.
Panda cute.
So here's a stream of consciousness before I give an arbitrary score, and go live in the woods. Each sect has a wonder. Yours is no exception. Go to the ruins of a Taiyi sect and bring it back. The mini-universe is a game changer. It's an infinite pocket plane that sucks in material and spits it out. But
I'm shocked, like how is there games within games within games? Like there are always infinite new things happening that my mind is overstimulated right now. What?
could there be a deeper, more mysterious function? No, it's just storage. No longer will your peasants have to walk for nourishment because the best soups of a Wuhan wet market are gonna fly right into their hands. After killing your first blood dragon, which will always, without fail, crash its body into one of my expensive cultivation rooms, the game removes all safety checks.
Wait, can you turn the dragon into a living dead zombie dragon and let him shit across the field and use him to work?
Can now summon the Phoenix, which creates 10 days of extreme drought, during which time your base is going to burn to the ground because you forgot to move a single Phoenix feather, which landed in a bedroom and turned the temperature to about twice the melting point of steel. After 10 days of drought, it doesn't stop. It's permanent. The only way to end it is with a rainstorm miracle, which will make your Phoenix very upset. It's stronger than the Flood Dragon, by the way. Also, you can't kill a Phoenix.
That's so cool, because Phoenix reborn, right? Even if you kill it, she will reborn from the dust.
Each time you do, it's just gonna reincarnate. Maybe. I should have mentioned that earlier. Again, good luck. Then there's the Torch Dragon, which is larger than the entire screen and comes in a yin-yang variant respective to the time of day. Each variant is invincible to elements of the same polarity.
That looks so dope.
And even worse, they make him stronger. Also, he's gonna lay a bunch of eggs. You should probably just ignore them. And if you survive all that, there's really one challenge left. Genociding every other sect and beating them into submission. Once that...
I like this game, I have to say. Even though I have never played it, I like everything they do in here. Solution to a problem is always beating them up. Aww.
done, you can truly say, I finished the game.
Good
Now you can go
job.
back and play on the real difficulty. I
Okay.
do, however, have some major complaints. Remember the story, the plot? Weren't
There
we
is?
supposed to investigate the mystery of a Taiyi sect and
Oh,
why it was
yes.
destroyed? Yes, but the
Yes.
process of doing so is so terrible that I'm just gonna save you the pain and tell you instead. You see,
Thank you.
every character that's not your own can be interacted with, and we uncover the plot through the talking minigame. But
I'm telling you, the talking minigame. There's just so much dialogue you gotta go through to dig everything that's happening. The plot is in the dialogue.
primarily, this is done by adventuring to another sect. You talk to people, you get favor. After a while, you don't get favor. You only get favor from juicy gossip. So you have to talk to another character, learn something about them, go back to the first character, and
Do they have to give them presents? Everyone like presents, right?
tell them a secret about the second. But to get the secret from the second, I'll have to talk to 20 other people to have enough gossip and rumors to trade for more gossip and rumors. It's an infinite web of high school bullshit. It's the experience of being a teenage girl. Because you can't get the information you need directly. You have to go through the PMS chain of command to learn absolutely anything. Now, here's the big problem. You don't see a little question mark on someone next to the mystery tab. These are the people you need to investigate to solve the mystery. Again, you have to ask an entire sorority if they think that person knows something. If you ask them face to face without circumstantial evidence, they'll act dumb and say nothing.
And what did they say? Meow. Wait, did she just meow? Okay. Meow. It is a different topic to approach when you know nothing about it. Better find some information from others and then ask about it discreetly. Secret reduce -7 points. Got it.
A thing. And even if you know that they know, they still have to open up to give you that information, which is dependent on their personality. If they're naive, that's the best case scenario, because you don't have to do anything. If they're greedy, you have to bribe them. If they're
See,
weak,
that's what I'm talking about. Everyone like a present.
you have to kill them. If they're tough, you have to gaslight their personal weakness. But if they're withdrawn, unfortunately, you are screwed, because the only way to make a withdrawn person open up is to make your spirit dog act playful in front of them.
Oh, so it's like the people detached from reality and only a dog can cheer them up. Human truly disappointed. That's so realistic. Oh.
This requires a fully grown spirit dog, which can take hundreds of days, and each time you do it, he loses intelligence from the...
But I question, how would you know a dog will cheer them up is the only solution without Googling? Like, who can find this out? This game is very complicated.
of this mini-game, which takes 10 to 20 days to recover. About 20 hours in, my eyes bloodshot and the tension slipping, I managed to solve the first two mysteries. You do this by finding clues, participants, and motives, and slapping them together. The more you find, the more complete and accurate your solution is. Then I talked to the next 5 characters, and they were all withdrawn. And
Give them the dog! Give them more dog! Dog barking, dog licking, dog... Arf, arf.
I quit the game. I have never seen a story mechanic that's more laborious, difficult, and poorly thought out. But it doesn't end there. It gets better. You can do all of that and still hardlock yourself from completing the game because you didn't pick the right option for a specific event on day 565. Or you waited too long and someone essential to the plot has died of old age. Still, I wasn't entirely sure about the story, so I had to bring in the expert, resident merchant.
Anyone need armor?
And mentioned on several no-fly listings.
No! I have a bad feeling about this man!
Frost Island.
Hello.
Okay, we gotta censor that.
I become rap before because it was a melon.
Jap. His hard drive died about 5 times while explaining. But here's the gist of it. The Taiyi sect was attacked. By who? By everyone. Both the evil and virtuous sect leaders conspired together to wipe it out. But what could justify such a strange alliance? Because the old leader of the Taiyi sect is none other than the demon emperor Futakong, who is currently inside your mini-universe. If you
Who are these people that keep appearing that's like always giving new plots? Nowadays game is not like this. Okay, you farm, you farm, you fight, you fight. This is farming, fighting, dating, relationships, networking, and you have to transporter and play with people's poop.
talk to him, you'll get your answers. You see, cultivation is difficult, but it's also strangely common to see someone go from mortal to demigod in just a few weeks. That's because this world isn't real. Overwhelmed by demons, the elders left the great vastness of the universe to this pocket universe, where cultivation is quick, but the creed of heaven is weakening, and once it fails, this universe will end. They took a shortcut to artificial power.
So we are in an AI world.
Power, and now they're trying their best to hold on. In the final act, a cutscene comes and King Kong undoes the universe, throwing us back into the great vastness. Everyone is mortal again, but this time we can do it for real. Finally, a title card drops, coming in 2023.
Which is 2025 right now. I don't know if this is out yet. So there is a related game, maybe.
Bug Snacks 2, and that's the story of Amazing Cultivation Simulator. So you never have to go through that horrific experience. In conclusion, I give Amazing Cultivation Simulator 10 out of 10 Euphoria pills. I hate it. It's like the Team Wars, except in this case, the Chinese are winning. If you're interested, you can get a copy on Steam. Also,
that's not cheap at all. That's 20 pounds. Sorry, that's 20 European currency.
The GOG on the 23rd of July. This is made possible thanks to Polish greed and my growing alliance with the CCP, because I like to bet on the winning team. And right now, that's Team China. A warm thanks to the many members of a Merchants Guild generously funding and bankrolling these videos.
Yay!
You're all truly wonderful. Have a good one.
Thank you all these cool people. Let's enjoy this very soothing music while we roll the credits and
Hay depredadores aquí.
the paused for 1 second there. Sorry about that. But it was a very, very, very entertaining video, okay? I loved it a lot. I like it. I know there are a lot of beeping I need to do. However, I hope you enjoyed and laugh along with me, okay? There cannot be any cut for this final ending part because there is a music in the background. But thank you everyone for watching it with me. And as always, I will see you on the next video. And I really appreciate all the support on YouTube side. Recently we reached 10.2k subscribers. So yeah, good job on reaching that. You know what else? We should do something special on YouTube stream. I've been always wanna host a YouTube only streaming, and we can chat, we can do some events together. So looking forward to that. And if I plan anything like that out, I will post it in my Discord server. So be sure to join our Discord server, which is linked in my panels, and we always update our schedules in there as well. I wanna apologize for this month. I haven't been uploaded very frequently. I took a little bit mental break from choosing the content that I'm passionate about to watching and reacting, which recently also I started to watch a lot of Warhammer stuff, and I really enjoy it. So I've been doing every Sunday as a Warhammer lore diving stream. If you're interested, come and join me on Sunday, okay? We stream and we talk about Warhammer lore, and we study and we research them together, and I learn from chat. And yeah, so drop by if you get a chance. And thank you again, Seth, for making the amazing video. As always, we really appreciate when we have a chance to watch to this funny video and react to them. So thank you, Seth. Thank you for the good video. And yeah, smooches, mwah. And goodbye. I will see you on the next time. Bye bye.
Wave complete. Can you repair your armor? So easy.
Path of Exile 2 just dropped its biggest update yet. Trading is finally fully in the game, no tabbing out, and a free weekend has player counts surging. But they also added the most insidious pay-to-win feature ever seen in the industry. Last Epoch Season 3 is fun, but feels kinda thin next to that monster Season 2 that we got, and I'll explain why. Diablo's entire team unionized. Bloodlines 2 is walking back paywalled plans. Maybe. And we've got Real Oceans coming to light no fire. Chapters below to skip ahead to different topics, and don't forget to ring that sub notification bell for new Saturday episodes. Starting off with Last Epoch, Season 3 is well underway. We're a bit more than a week into the season, and we saw a concurrent player peak of 80,000. Pretty good. Season 2's peak was an astounding 150,000, but Season 1 was only 71,000. All-time peak at launch was just shy of 260,000. Now, Season 2 was an anomaly. It was a very long time between Season 1 and 2, and Season 2 was really packed with juicy content, tons of hype for it. In comparison to Season 2, Season 3 feels underwhelming to a lot of players. The game's still fun, don't get me wrong here, but the season doesn't shake things up enough quite the same way that Season 2 did. And I think there's a couple reasons for this. First off, a lot of development effort went into Act 10, which is a fantastic act, by the way. Visually, gorgeous, great narrative reveals, lore, world building, probably my favorite act in the game. That by itself, plus all the new monsters and regions that Act 10 adds to the game and makes its way into the monolith, all that is a large amount of content that took a long time to develop. But it doesn't feel that way to many players who are all about blasting straight through to the end game. For these players, efforts spent on the campaign almost feel wasted. Then the Season 3 theme, the Primal Hunt, doesn't appear often enough to really feel like the season theme. Even if you max it out in the Weaver tree to make it spawn as often as possible. And it also just doesn't feel impactful enough when it does appear. A lot of players are just getting the sense that it's just another boss that you randomly fight in a map, just like many of the other mechanics already in the game. Nemesis, exiled mages, even champion monsters. It all just feels very samey. Run around the map until you see the little icon, go to it, click it or interact with it to fight the monster that spawns. If instead it was a mechanic that spawns, say, waves of enemies instead of just the one tough one, it would at least feel different from the rest of these. Another missed opportunity is having the seasonal mechanic interact with more game systems. All those things that I listed, they all feel like distinct, disconnected systems. But if a new season mechanic were built with interaction in mind, that could be more exciting. Like, imagine if a mysterious rift could spawn a nemesis within it, and that nemesis would have primordial items. Just, I guess, a super basic example of interaction. I also think that the whole farm up your primordial currency to buy the primordial you desire in the shop thing, it doesn't feel as fun as getting the primordial to drop from the beast itself. So imagine if, instead of getting the currency, imagine if you got a random primordial item to drop every time, and if you didn't like the item, well, you can sell that for the primordial currency, and then eventually, if you've had a string of bad luck not getting any good primordial item, you can then buy the primordial that you want. Altogether, if this was someone's first season playing and they didn't look at anything outside the game to know what specifically was the season theme, I bet they wouldn't even be able to tell you what the season theme was. Like, they wouldn't be able to discern which of these various mechanics is the season theme. In comparison, other games generally, they make the season theme a very prevalent mechanic, at least when it's first introduced. So for future seasons, for instance, for when this makes it into the base game, because it must make it into the base game, it is a good mechanic. The spawn rate is good for a permanent feature, but having the whole Primal Hunt be more predominant during its introduction to feel more impactful would probably have been a good idea. Also, letting it lead to some kind of like a pinnacle boss fight would have been nice. Like the ultimate dinosaur ancestor, something kind of like, Tiamat, the five-headed dragon god from Dungeons & Dragons. Now, among the player base, I also see recurring complaints about the monolith system. Lots of people seem to want to skip straight to empowered monoliths, but even then, it seems monos just don't provide enough variety in gameplay or enough chase goals to prevent them from eventually getting stale once you've farmed like a few hundred corruption. And this seems to be why, despite Last Epoch's
Good as new. Estoy recuperando.
Multiple great systems, its seasons don't seem to have a longer life expectancy than even Diablo 4 seasons. The most fun thing to do in Last Epoch is build new characters, but not everyone likes to make multiple characters per season, so for those people, they'll blast, they'll have some fun, and then they peace out after like a week until next season. And there's nothing inherently wrong with that, right? If you just want a 1 week, a 2 week game so that you can then peace off and go play other games and then come back in 3 months, that's great. But for those who want like a 2-month game, I could understand the complaints about there being something missing here that isn't quite clicking. The season also seemed to have more bugs than usual, though the team has been working to fix them. Minion AI also doesn't seem to be as improved as initially promised. Snapshotting is still a thing. Game balance is perhaps more out of control than ever. If y'all aren't running frogs, you're missing out. Now, I'm sure part of the reason for the bugs and the balance issues is that content creators are no longer given early access to builds for testing, which was done because that's what the community wanted. Now, for another reason, I think that this was a smaller season. We can look at the game's original roadmap. We see that they mostly stuck to this roadmap, but they swapped seasons 2 and 3. Primal Hunt was originally going to be season 2, but I guess they saw after the low season 1 numbers that they really had to go all out with season 2. So they prioritized bringing the bigger update sooner. And honestly, it paid off. Season 2 was an absolute banger. Those numbers were incredible. And we didn't have to wait nearly as long for Season 3 as we had for Season 2. And now Season 4, if they are sticking to this roadmap, Season 4 is looking like it may be another banger. Introducing skill sigils. This seems like new ways to modify our skills. Last Epoch already has the best active skill system in any ARPG. Are they about to make it even better? Plus, new endgame bosses. That may be the pinnacle chase content people feel is lacking for monos. And hey, transmog and die systems? Nice. But how are you all feeling about Last Epoch? Sound off in the comments. Because moving on to Path of Exile 2, yesterday saw the launch of the massive Third Edict content update. We got a video going over everything that the Third Edict adds, including asynchronous trade. And we learned this week that along with async trade, the update also brings an in-game trade browser, meaning you don't have to go tab out of the game and visit a trade website. You can do it all from in-game. This is fantastic. Because I've always said that you should never have to leave a game to play a game. And of course, these trade features will eventually come to Path of Exile 1 as well. Now, as we got the patch notes before the Third Edict launched, we saw that Amazon caught some strays because of changes made to the evasion accuracy formula. I've seen people call it a 50% nerf. Now, Amazon was by far the most popular ascendancy in patch 0.2, so taking her down a peg, you know, maybe not so bad. Prior to the patch notes, I was seeing some excitement for cold sorceress builds, but then a lot of those skills got hit with, like, out of nowhere, cooldown timers put on them, and other nerfs as well, so just kind of put a damper on cold sorceress builds. Flicker Strike got gutted. Even Bone Shatter got a big nerf. Overall, they seem to continue to nerf melee, bizarrely. But we got a nice surprise. Big update for Witch Hunter. The Weapon Master notable passive now grants 100 passive skill points, up from 20. That basically means you can run 2 entirely different builds on Weapon Swap. And with Weapon Swap now being instant, this should allow for amazing possibilities. Oh, and the new sprint feature? You can enable an option in the settings to set it so that you keep sprinting even when you release the dodge button until you either stop moving or use a skill or otherwise get your sprint interrupted. Great little quality of life thing to help our poor wrists. Hear that? Like a cement mixer. Now, going into this update, lots of content creators were hyping up Deadeye as likely to be the best starter ascendancy. There was just a ton of unknowns going into the update, so while it's possible for other ascendancies to emerge as the best, Deadeye was just the safest pick based on what we did know. Minions as well seem to be getting a lot of love. And warriors, well, the less we say about melee, the better. I myself started as a ranger, going for Deadeye eventually. I was only able to play a couple hours last night, but I'm really enjoying ranger with WASD. It's my first time on a ranger in PoE 2. I love ranged playstyles. I'm really liking being able to move and shoot in different directions. I'm almost done Act 1, and I think so far this is my favorite playthrough. I'm really liking the state of drops and early game balance. It's... I don't know if I should say this. It's maybe even a little bit too easy now. Maybe Ranger is just OP. I don't know. The Abyssal Fissures, the league mechanic, they're prominent, they're rewarding. So again, like compare that to Last Epoch where you don't run into the dinosaur stuff often enough and it doesn't even feel very rewarding. Abyssal Fissures definitely make their presence known, and the reward chest at the end has always felt rewarding. So far, my only complaint about this update is about the new sprint feature, because while sprinting, you have a worse turn angle than a Diablo 4 horse at launch. I think the Titanic had a better turn angle to it than the sprint in Path of Exile 2, and it hit an iceberg, and you will hit an obstacle while sprinting, be it a wall, an object, a tiny pebble. And when you do, you get knocked out of the sprint and you're kind of slowed for a moment. So it's just really reduced how often I use sprint. I basically just use it in wide open areas where I'm not at risk of hitting anything. I'm convinced that the community will complain about this and it's gonna be improved. I understand monsters knocking you out of your sprint and stunning you. It's a punishment mechanic so that you don't abuse sprint and you reserve it for use for rapidly crossing empty terrain. And not just like avoiding monsters, running through monsters, running away from monsters. So given this is the intended use of sprint to rapidly run through areas without monsters. I don't get why they made it so unwieldy and clumsy that we're just bumping into terrain and slowing us down that way. But how do you folks feel about Sprint? Do you like it the way it is? Do you think it should stay the way it is? Do you think it needs to be less clumsy? Sound off in the comments. Now, while this patch is huge and brings some great, wonderful things, I know some people were disappointed at a lack of changes to the endgame Atlas system, but major endgame changes are confirmed for the next update 0.4, and the devs have expressed that they are aware of players' complaints. I think possibly the most succinct summation of the main issue with the Atlas is that you're rewarded for juicing up maps around towers, and then, you know, obviously sticking around those towers in order to run all those juiced maps. But then you're given a goal to go out, find citadels, don't just stick around near the tower. So it just kind of feels like the system is fighting itself. But now, folks, I have to tell you about the terrible pay to win that has been added to Path of Exile 2. You see, some years ago, GGG added a cosmetic pet that you can buy, the Goblin Troop. It plays the most annoying series of cacophonous instrument sounds on a maddeningly short loop. Before you have your own hideout, your own refuge from the horror, you are made to suffer every time you visit any town hub because of either tone-deaf or outright sociopathic people who equip this pet in order to torture all other players. Well, the Goblin Troop with this update has come to PoE 2. But while bringing in this Goblin Troop, they've also added a new MTX pet that you can buy. A pet that allows you to temporarily kill another player's pet. Yes, you can silence the Goblin Troop, but it'll cost you to do so. This is the most egregious pay-to-win ever seen in any video game ever. Because really, there's no winning or losing inherent to an ARPG. You're not against other players. There's no real fail state in an ARPG, unless you're playing hardcore. The only thing that you can lose in PoE is your sanity from hearing these goddamn goblins every time you portal back to town, or in order to turn in a quest to sell your junk. Now, in case it wasn't abundantly clear, I'm kidding, of course. But I do really wish there was a setting to mute those damn goblins. Now, for any of you who don't own Path of Exile 2, there is currently a free weekend ongoing. In order to keep up with the extra demand, GGG prepared by beefing up their servers. And day one, they held up pretty well. I got through the login queue pretty fast. And while I did get multiple disconnects while trying to port back to town or change area, I never ended up back in queue again, so it really wasn't too bad. We peaked at 335,000 concurrent players last night, already beating the 0.2 update of 246,000, although, again, with it being a free weekend, that was a given. I do wonder if over the weekend we can beat the all-time peak at release of 579,000. On one hand, the release day hype was certainly by far the biggest hype for this game, but on the other hand, free weekend. Also, folks, don't forget to grab your loot filter. Filterblade.xyz is the website that I use. Then in Diablo news, the full 450-member Diablo team at Blizzard has unionized with the Communications Workers of America. They're the biggest communications and media labor union in the US. This was made possible thanks to Microsoft's union neutrality deal struck with the CWA back in 2022, right before its acquisition of Activision Blizzard. The deal basically meant that Blizzard would not thwart employee attempts at unionizing, in short. There's been a ton of layoffs across Microsoft's gaming divisions in multiple waves over the past couple of years, and it was the latest round of layoffs in July that really got the Diablo team to finally make the jump after, my understanding is, like months of discussions and organizing within the team. Now, I know a lot of folks are anti-union because of bad experiences you've had in unions in different sectors. Look, unions are a system, and like any system, they can be abused. I agree. But the results of the unions forming so far in the video game industry specifically have not been negative. Some anti-union stories you hear is like, you no longer get promotions or raises based on merit. It's just on like seniority. You tend to hear that about like older unions and other sectors of industry. But in the video game industry, we're seeing union contracts that do preserve merit-based salaries and promotion. They're just asking for clear and transparent criteria so that the system doesn't feel arbitrary. Unions also don't force employers to not lay off employees, but they do install better protections for employees, better severance packages, transparency as to why they are being laid off, also recall rights. Like, for example, let's say you're laid off because your job is no longer needed. You know, your project is wound down, or your project was just shut down. There can be like a 6-month recall period where, let's say the company now in 3 months decides to hire for your position again. Well, they have to call you up first before they start hiring new people. This way, employers can't do the churn and burn thing of just laying off a bunch of people, saying, oh, we don't need you anymore. And then in 3 months, they're just rehiring people to fill those positions at an entry level, therefore cheaper. And now more recently, one particular concern is AI and how it's replacing jobs. Unions are starting to include policies that govern AI use. We've had multiple game studios unionized for a couple of years now, and we have yet to hear any negative story come out of a studio collapsing or a project failing because of a union. The video game industry has existed as this business where it's okay to exploit your workers for longer hours, more overtime, and less pay than an equivalent position at a software company because it's fun to work on video games. Yeah, it's all sunshine and rainbows to work on a game where every YouTube video and every Reddit thread and every Twitter post is relentlessly crapping on you and calling you incompetent and horrible at your job. Let's ensure these people also get paid less and have worse working conditions, because that's what's going to result in better games. Burnt out, stressed out, depressed devs who are questioning why they don't just work on an accounting software where they get paid 25% more for 40% less work. Oh, and just to clarify, the 450-member Diablo team, I'm pretty sure that is not just D4, it includes Diablo Immortal, possibly a spin-up Diablo 5 team, and whoever's left running Diablo 3 and Diablo 2 Resurrected. It's also not 450 game designers. It's QA, software engineers, artists, community management. Now, all this to say, on the public end, I don't expect to see any changes, but this is a good thing that the team has accomplished. Now, the Season 10 PTR ended this week. I spoke about it more in previous videos, but some final thoughts here. I mentioned how Soul Spires and Infernal Hordes still feel bad. Well, there's an Infernal offering that makes them spawn less often. That's good. I wish Soul Spires were just made better, but I guess making them appear less often is better than nothing. There've been a bunch of crazy builds. Druid is bugged as always. Like every PTR Druid has bugs, but they're always fixed before launch, so you know, we'll see there. But even unbugged Druid pet build, maybe the top build, if not a top build of the season, which is nice. Sorcerer Mana Shield is a lot of fun. I tried that out. There's actually a Ball Lightning build that has re-emerged as a lightning fast speed farming build. It seems there's even like viable non-shout barbarian builds. Altogether, I look forward to the next campfire chat, particularly because we didn't have one for PTR. We had that Sanctuary sit down, and it seems they're like restructuring the campfire chat, so we might have something bigger planned for the Season 10 campfire. Oh, and some quick Diablo 3 news actually. Season 35 ends on September 7th, with Season 36 starting on September 12th. The season theme is the return of Soul Shards. That was one of the best season themes. Soul Shards were those upgradable legendary gems you put in your helm and your weapon. You'd farm them from the Yak bosses as well as the material needed to upgrade them. Now moving on to an update to our Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2 story from last week, in which we learned that publisher Paradox was gating 2 of the 6 playable clans at launch behind a paywall as Day 1 DLC. Well, after the backlash, they may be rethinking this plan. On the Bloodlines 2 Discord, as spotted by Rock Paper Shotgun, World of Darkness community developer Debbie Ella posted, quote, "We are listening to your feedback about the La Sombra and Toreador clan access, and we're making adjustments ahead of launch to reflect this. We will share more information about what this means as soon as possible." You may wonder why they thought it was a good idea to go with this plan to begin with, and Rock Paper Shotgun basically asked them that at Gamescom. The response basically was that those 2 clans were not part of the original scope for launch, but the devs went ahead and got that extra content ready for launch, so they figured that made it make sense to charge extra for them. Well, hopefully we get good news to share soon. You know, like, those clans will be free. Done. Let's discuss. Then, in some news about Light No Fire, that's basically the fantasy version of No Man's Sky, we learned that the Earth-sized planet in Light No Fire We'll have real oceans that players will need large boats and crews to cross. We learned this because No Man's Sky just got a big update called Voyagers, which allows players to build custom starships that are big enough for several crew members. They're basically flying bases. And speaking of PC gamers, studio head Sean Murray said, quote, "The technical challenges they have had to overcome to make any of this possible have been immense. And much of the technology we're introducing with Voyagers is shared with our next game, Light No Fire, which is a truly open world, a shared Earth-sized planet with real oceans to traverse, needing large boats and crews." Basically, it's actually because of Light No Fire that they were working on improving their engine to be able to accommodate these kind of features and build custom starships that are big enough for several crew members. They're basically flying bases. And speaking of PC gamers, studio head Sean Murray said, quote, "The technical challenges they have had to overcome to make any of this possible have been immense. And much of the technology we're introducing with Voyagers is shared with our next game, Light No Fire, which is a truly open world, a shared Earth-sized planet with real oceans to traverse, needing large boats and crews." Basically, it's actually because of Light No Fire that they were working on improving their engine to be able to accommodate these kind of features in their next game that they were then able to also add it into No Man's Sky. I'm getting pretty hyped for Light No Fire, but remember all the hype around No Man's Sky? After years of improvements, we did finally and gradually get the game we were promised, but it still makes it a little hesitant to get too hyped for Light No Fire. But what do you folks think? Will they get it right out the gate this time? Sound off in the comments, because that's going to wrap up this video. But do be sure to check out last week's video in which we discussed and compared the 3 big updates for PoE 2, Diablo 4, and Last Epoch, and we laid out which update was the best. Thanks for watching. Special thanks to my Patreon supporters who make these videos possible. If you enjoyed this video, give it a thumbs up, and subscribe to join Riker's Raiders for more gaming content.
Something that I've said a few times on this channel is that if I had the means to, I'd make myself a one-to-one replica of the Resident Evil mansion. Clues, traps, and all. Of course, when I actually think about that, I always realize that inevitably I wind up getting taken out by one of my own traps. Well, as it turns out, in a sense, someone kind of beat me to it by several decades. And my fears were not totally unfounded. So for today's episode of 1001 Ways to Die, let's take a look at a real-life Resident Evil house, as well as some motorcycle carnage with a bit of irony to it. Oh, and also, we got a meme turned deadly. This video is sponsored by Helix. Helix makes premium mattresses and bedding custom fit to your needs and shipped right to your door. Everyone sleeps differently, so Helix has you take a sleep quiz to match your body type and sleep preferences. I'm a side sleeper, so Helix set me up with a Sunset mattress. In a Wesper sleep study, participants' sleep performance was measured after switching to a Helix mattress from another brand. 82% of participants saw an increase in their deep sleep cycle. Say you don't want an entire new mattress. Now Helix offers a line of mattress toppers. I got the Ergo-Align mattress topper, which is great for preventing back pain and provides more support under your midsection. Helix delivers your mattress right to your door with free shipping in the US. It comes rolled up in a box and it's easy to set up. If you're thinking about upgrading your kid's room this back to school season, the Helix Kids mattress is a great option. What makes the Helix Kids mattress so great is that it's two-sided and flippable, stain and water resistant, naturally hypoallergenic, and made with certified materials. And to make sure you love your Helix mattress, they have a 100 nights of sleep trial. I've been sleeping on a Helix mattress for years and it's some of the best sleep I've gotten. Right now, Helix is having their Labor Day sale. Just go to helixsleep.com/wang to get 27% off site-wide. On July 2nd of 2011, over 500 motorcyclists gathered in the town of Onondaga, New York. as they had done every Independence Day weekend for the past 11 years. Why? To protest against the oppressive laws mandating motorcycle helmets. Now, of course, it's no secret that motorcycles can be a little bit dangerous sometimes. According to the U.S. Department of Transportation in 2022, the mortality rate for motorcyclists was 22 times that of people in cars. And there's a lot of factors involved, such as, for instance, the people in cars not paying attention for the motorcyclists, as well as speeding. Another big one, of course, is helmets. There's some reports estimating that they prevent as many as 37% of motorcycle-related fatalities, with an even higher rate of them just preventing brain damage. Due to this discrepancy, several states, including New York, legally mandate wearing a motorcycle helmet. But of course, motorcycles are largely aware of the risks that they take, and some say it should be their choice whether or not they wear a helmet. You know, if you want to take the risk, it's your right to do it.
Whether or not, a person wears a helmet, government should not be involved in that. Everybody should have the choice of wearing a helmet or not wearing a helmet.
In 2005, the group behind the yearly protest, American Bikers Aim Toward Education, or ABATE, published a report claiming that mandatory helmet use doesn't prevent accidents, noting that a large amount of fatalities involved alcohol and people who are unlicensed. Furthermore, they believe that these issues could be better addressed by mandatory motorcycle safety courses during the licensing process. While they encouraged people to voluntarily wear helmets, they were opposed to mandating them, and they applied those rules to the protest. So while some of the 500 bikers wore helmets, many didn't, including a 55-year-old man named Philip Contos. And unfortunately, Philip would be the victim of the very first accident in the history of this event. That day, Philip was on Route 11 riding a 1983 Harley Davidson. According to some reports, this wasn't the bike that he usually rode, which might have led to what happened next. Some witnesses reported seeing the laces of his boots get caught on a chain. When he feels this happening, he looks down to see what's going on. And then he looks back up, and he sees that he's getting really close to the traffic ahead of him. So instinctively, he just hits the brakes. But he hits the brakes a little too hard, causing his bike to fishtail, meaning that the back tire loses traction and starts to wobble back and forth, meaning like the fish's tail. He tried to regain control of the vehicle, but he was sent forward, flying over the front of his bike, landing on his head. He did not survive the landing. And according to state troopers, had he been wearing a helmet, he probably would have survived. Of course, the sheer irony of this situation made for a juicy news story. I mean, shit, that's why it's in this video. But in the days following, Philip's older brother Richard noted to Syracuse.com that he was sick of hearing from reporters taking an approach to the story, and he wanted to talk more about his brother. He told them that his brother was a truck driver and an army vet who hated everything to do with the government. He was always protesting things, and given the chance, he would do this all over again. Richard also noted that, despite the conclusion of the state troopers that a helmet would have saved his life, it was found that his chest had filled with blood after he'd broken his ribs and his heart lining was punctured, so it actually was quite possible that a helmet would not have saved his life. The president of the ABATE chapter responsible for the protest, Christina Rathbury, offered her condolences to the family and stated the shock of the group, but she also said the incident wouldn't change their stance. It's not going to stop us protesting our right to wear a helmet or not wear one. So over this. Alright, before I get started, in case you're wondering why my voice sounds like dog shit, it's because between this segment and the last segment, I went to the ECW arena and blew my voice out yelling at Bandito versus Hechicero. Great match, but now I sound like fucking dog shit. Anyway, I think one of the absolute worst memes of all time was plank. If you don't recall, that was that thing where, you make your body stiff like a board, like a plank, and you lay face down on the ground or on some kind of surface. And this was supposed to be funny somehow. I mean, I guess it was kind of funny in this one Tom Green segment, but that's kind of more because people are investigating like he's a dead body or something, not just because he's laying down. Most of the planking stuff wasn't like that. It was just like, hey, I'm laying face down on a table. That's something you don't usually see, right? But Tom Green's segment was all the way back in 1994, before his MTV show when he was in Canada. So it didn't get that much attention then. It was only years later that people started crediting Tom Green as the originator of planking. The larger trend as we know it begins in the UK, where it's called the lying down game. Then it makes its way to Australia, when a rugby player named David Wolfman Williams does it during a game. And it's in Australia that the most infamous planking incident occurs. There had already been a bit of an uproar over the trend when a 20-year-old in Queensland was arrested for planking on a police car, an incident that would be replicated months later in the US to similar results. Following the arrest, Australian police spoke about planking to the Brisbane Courier Mail. While we appreciate the activity as lighthearted fun, putting yourself and others at risk and breaking the law will not be tolerated. They warned that planking could be dangerous, so you should always make sure you're practicing safe planking. Just 1 week later, on May 15th of 2011, the police would be speaking to the Australian press again, and they said that what they had feared would happen had finally actually happened. During the craze, a 20-year-old named Acton Beale became a member of the group called the Brisbane Planking Association. Co-founded by his friend Richard. The group spent the day in the park just planking on various objects and taking pictures for Facebook. It was all in good fun, but a week later, the fun would end. After a night out drinking at around 4:30 a.m., Acton decides that he's going to plank on the balcony of his 7th-story apartment. Unfortunately, he would not be able to maintain his balance, and he plunged 7 stories to his death. Following the tragic death, the police emphasized once again that while they get that it's always a joke, you have to do it safely. In the following weeks, though, they would express disbelief that not only had the death not deterred the family, they were encountering even more incidents, including multiple cases of people planking on the top of moving cars. In the wake of this, some suggested that Australia should introduce anti-planking law. But legal experts argued that this would be impossible to enforce, and the actual instances of planking that were dangerous were already illegal under other laws. Of course, that didn't stop them from pushing anti-planking laws in the Philippines, but that was more to stifle protests that were using planking as a disruption method. As I said in the intro, I've often thought about what it would be like to live in a real-life Resident Evil. Of course, it's not realistic, but whenever I've sat around and actually thought about it, I realized that I would almost certainly die from one of the traps. Like, oh yeah, sure, I know I gotta put the broken shotgun where I took the regular shotgun from, or else I'm gonna be a Justin sandwich. But if I wander in my Resident Evil house at 4 a.m. drunk off my ass, maybe I won't know where I put my broken shotgun. Recipe for disaster. Little did I know, there's a man decades earlier who already lived this proof of concept, although for very different reasons. The year's 2002. A small town in Belgium named Pont-de-Loup. I guess now's the time when I need to give my obligatory disclaimer that I'm going to butcher absolutely every French name in the story. Police arrive on the scene to investigate reports of a loud bang emanating from the home of a 79-year-old man named Louis S.W. When they enter the building, they discover his dead body, sat up against a dresser, bleeding from a gunshot to the neck. An apparent suicide, a sad end for a retired engineer, and father of 14 with 37 grandchildren. To make sure they've covered all their bases, the police begin to investigate the home for signs of foul play. And as one of the detectives opens a wooden chest, his life flashes before his eyes as a gunshot rings right next to his head. He was mere inches from having his head blown smooth off. It was clear that this was no mere suicide. Realizing that they ran over their heads, they call in a military bomb squad. Over the course of a 3-week investigation, they discovered and disarmed 19 traps that Louis had built inside the house. While most of them were similar to the one that had taken his life, that being tripwires rigged up with fishing line, some of the traps were a bit more novel, such as a case of beer rigged up to a weight mechanism. You take one beer and it's fine, but if you start to take more, the case suddenly doesn't have the amount of weight it needs to depress the button, and when that happens, it goes off. Assisting the men in disarming the booby-trapped house were pages of notes left by Louis. But of course, he didn't just write down, okay, shotgun number 1 is over here, shotgun number 2 is over there. No, he left them a series of clues and riddles, like actually something out of survival horror. For instance, one of the clues read, cheaper by the dozen. This led them to a trap that was rigged up to a bunch of plates, a reference to a scene from the movie Cheaper by the Dozen.
I have to note that in a lot of the reporting about this, I'm seeing it said that this is a reference to a scene in which one of the kids throws a plate at another kid's head. I just sat down and watched Cheaper by the Dozen, and maybe I'm completely oblivious, but I did not see that scene. But it's possible that something was mistranslated at some point, because this did happen in Belgium. There is a dinner scene where you see plates lined up on a shelf. It could be a reference to that.
A lot of the reporting around this case says that he kept these notes as a reminder to himself so he wouldn't set off one of the wrong traps. But I can't help but think that he planned for his victims to find these notes. I mean, why else make them into riddles? But why would someone do this? Let's go back to the 1960s. With financial assistance from his mother, Louis Gethy acquires a plot of land and builds the house with his own hands. It would be in that house that he builds his very large family. But things start to fall apart decades later when his wife catches him cheating on her. The once bustling home soon empties out, leaving Louis all alone. And by all accounts, he was never the same after that. Not only had he alienated his wife and children, but he also began to develop an adversarial relationship with his own mother. You know, the one who paid for all this in the first place. And as she began to reach the end of her life, it was time to get her affairs in order. Ultimately, as the owner of the property, she would not leave the house to Louis. Rather, she would leave it to one of his daughters, Jean. But after a several-year-long battle, he lost. The house he built was no longer his. But he be damned if the family that abandoned him got to enjoy the fruits of his labor. So he put his engineering skills to use one last time. When speaking to the press, Jean described her father as a strange and cold but intelligent man, as she was sure that these traps were meant for her and the rest of the family. Of course, while the bomb squad did manage to disarm 19 traps,
meaning it actually left 20 clues. The 20th trap was never discovered. Perhaps he just hadn't gotten around to building it, or maybe they were trying to figure out the clue that he needed. The 12 apostles are ready to work on the pebble. You guys got any ideas what that means? Anyway, it's all fine.
Thank you to Psycho for letting me use their music in this video.
If you like this video, turn on notifications and check out my video on people who did medical procedures on themselves. I'm out.
We're gonna do a little show and tell today. This is my college degree. Wow, look at that. It says Bachelor's of Fine Arts in Digital Production. Isn't that cool? Isn't that pretty sweet? I've got a bachelor's degree. Probably one of my most frequently asked questions is how I got to be this. Why am I 32 years old and unemployed if I've got a bachelor's degree? Am I stupid for getting a bachelor's degree in art? Are all BFAs useless? Why did everybody get laid off? Is the 3D industry viable? Did 9/11 happen, or was that just clever VFX compositing? Should you be a 3D artist? Am I good at compositing? Am I responsible for 9/11? There are a lot of little events that transpired over the last couple of years that resulted in me being broke and living with my parents again. Some of them are definitely my fault. Some of them are due to pretty predatory practices in the industry at large, and some of them are just because the economy is really, really bad, and I just wanted to talk about that. A lot of you that watch my content are doing so because you
Super
recently
Earth,
enrolled in a
our
VFX production
home.
program yourself,
Prosperity.
or you're thinking about it, or perhaps you're in the same situation as me and you're trying to do an autopsy on what the hell happened here. It's hard to get the full truth out of people who participate in the industry because a lot of them have some pretty bad Stockholm syndrome about it. Even I used to be pretty cagey about admitting how bad things really were. But just like Neo in the Matrix, I've been butt-chugging red pills for a while now, and I'm here to save you from yourself. I'm here to potentially save you from yourself and the lies that these people in the industry will tell you, so you can sacrifice all of your free time and your humanity for something that is no more cinematically complex than a B-movie.
The bugs swarm across this
When I was a
planet.
kid, I always
Choose
really
where to
liked
make your
drawing.
stand.
Unfortunately, I was also very, very
Allied
sad.
destroyer
I got
take
A's,
command of the
C's,
galaxy's liberation.
B's, and F's throughout high school, and I don't even think I graduated with a 3.0. It was probably
Engaging
about that.
orbital
I
thrusters.
always hated school. I hated anything that would have anything to do with art or band. I ended
Orbit
up getting into a
synchronized.
state college. Not any of the cool ones. The ones that you go to when you're too stupid for the cool ones, or you just live close by and you don't want to have to deal with dorm life. I was hoping they would have 2D animation, and of course they did not. So I took something that was like tangential to animation, but not really. It was kind of studying film and kind of wasting a lot of time at modern art museums, but, you know, it was the best I could get at the time. Going to a four-year university is a stupid meme, by the way. Your first 2 years are going to be spent doing essentially another 2 years of high school where you have to take general ed only, and you're not going to be able to take anything that actually relates to the thing that you're studying. So you're better off going to a community college instead of wasting a bunch of money at a 4-year. Finally, my first 2 years were up, and I got to take my first art class. I get to class for the first time, and our art teacher is this very
Managed democracy
with
calls
a
for aid.
low-cut white
Only
blouse
you can answer,
and
Helldiver.
a bad to pay who is handing out pieces of butcher paper.
Allied
to the
destroyer
gummy
has
worms to
joined
everybody
squadron.
that walks in. This
Engaging
mother
orbital
says,
thrusters.
Okay, everybody, I'm going to dim the lights now, and we're gonna put the gummy worms into our mouths. And
Orbit
then we're all going
synchronized.
to sketch how the gummy worms feel wriggling on our tongues.
I dropped out of college the next day. As a Chad Andrew Loomis enjoyer at the time, I could tell with 100% certainty that the longer I spent in that place, the more of my own time I was going to waste. The next 4 years were a blur. I don't know what the fuck I did. I think I got married. I think I was married for a little while. That's a story for another time. A very traumatizing story.
Hellpod launch initiated.
I'm divorced now. If you feel like you're your 20s, it's because you are, but so is everybody else, so I wouldn't worry about it too much. It's my sagely advice for boys who are I have lots of schools that
All the galaxy looks to you for salvation. Let nothing stand in the way of liberty.
Requesting center. Calling down. Throwing supply beacon.
Deploying support weapon.
Calling in an eagle. Heavy. Southeast. Close.
Allied destroyer joining squadron. Deploying Helldiver to combat zone.
Kilo 1 withdrawing to rearm. Calling down support weapon.
Dropping a pin. Southwest. 200 meters.
Tagging location. East.
Bug bridge. Direction north.
Requesting air support. Bug tunnel breach.
Requesting sentry. Requesting orbital.
Found something.
Oh, bunker, guys. Bunker.
Follow me.
Calling down a sentry. Enemy elite. West. 100
Sample.
meters.
Sam, never mind. Support weapon.
Bug outpost spotted. Prepare to exterminate.
Super samples.
Rare sample acquired. Calling in rear.
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
Follow me. Tagging location. Has landed. I'm on it.
Oh, money. Money for everybody. Look.
Outpost cleared.
Rare sample acquired. Support weapon. Dropping item. Sample. Going down.
Orbital inbound.
Rare sample acquired. Dropping a pin. Southwest. 300 meters. Calling down a sentry. Requesting sentry.
Running would be a good idea.
Mission map updated.
Tagging map. West. Far. Supplies.
Yeah. Reinforce.
Reinforcing.
Thank you.
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
Requesting sentry. Tagging map. Northeast. Far.
Calling down a sentry. Requesting sentry.
Objective critical stratagem available.
Rare sample acquired.
bad. Watch out.
Democracy's on its way.
Nice.
Heavy, on my position.
Democracy's dignity maintained.
Thank you.
Tagging map. North, 300 meters.
Mission at 30 minutes remaining.
Dropping a pin. North, 300 meters.
Requesting advanced weaponry. Requesting
Calling down a
reinforcements.
sentry. Requesting sentry. Have a taste of democracy. Sentry. Sentry. Reloading. Ending it.
Outpost destroyed.
Careful. P3. Wait.
Calling in reinforcements.
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
Ready to liberate.
Watch for Predator.
Calling down a sentry. Thank you. Tagging map. East. Far.
Calling down a support weapon. Calling down a sentry.
Requesting sentry.
Damn fucking sentry. Jesus Christ.
Marking location.
The fuck is it?
Joining the fray. Dropping a pin.
Requesting sentry. Heavy. North. Close.
Canister's empty.
Sending in an eagle.
Requesting air support.
Heavy. Northwest. Close. Reinforcing. Requesting air support.
Ready to liberate. Heavy. Northeast. Close. Tagging map. West. 100 meters. Calling down a dude.
Sending down sentry.
Requesting sentry. Got a sample.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
Deploying support weapon.
Took money.
Get some! Get some! Dropping a pin. Southwest. 200 meters.
I got the circle.
How'd you like the taste of free throwing supply beacon?
Orbital inbound.
Tracking map. West. Far.
Requesting walker. Requesting air support. Calling down a sentry.
You will never destroy our way of life!
Sending in an eagle. Say hello to democracy.
Got a sample. Affirmative.
How'd you like the taste of freedom? Orbital inbound. Say hello to democracy. Sending in an eagle.
Calling in reinforcements.
Requesting air support.
Dropping a pin. North. 100 meters.
Requesting sentry.
Requesting sentry.
Cat back inbound.
Calling down a sentry.
Calling down a support
Heavy.
weapon.
Northwest. Close.
Reinforcing.
Thank you. Democracy has landed.
Sending in an eagle. Requesting orbital.
Helldivers never die. Affirmative.
You got it, got it.
Engaging terminal. Thank you. Requesting advanced weaponry.
Calling down a sentry. Marking location.
I'll take it. Cannon
Untold Smith. Welcome to my channel. Cheap viewers on streamambu.com remove the SpaceX and Z.
Die, you son of a bitch.
Thank you. Joining the fray.
Requesting sentry.
What is?
Requesting orbital.
No, stop.
Affirmative. Support weapon. Dropping a pin. Northeast. 300 meters.
Requesting air support.
Supplies.
Calling in extraction.
Rear sample collected.
Extraction shuttle inbound.
Reek.
Deploying sentry.
Calling down a suit. Canisters empty. Gun tunnel free.
victory over the Terminid Scourge.
Empty lots.
Helldiver, bring me back some squid guts.
Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods prime. Engaging orbital thrusters. Orbit synchronized. Launch initiated.
You don't even have to shoot the small ones, you can just run over them.
Let them come. Let them brawl. Let them face the insurmountable might of the Helldivers.
Orbital incoming. Calling down a walker.
Requesting tac-tac!
Heavy. Left.
Calling down a support weapon! Throwing supply beacon!
Requesting tac-tac. Requesting advanced weaponry.
Walker.
Have fun.
Sending in an eagle. Bug tunnel breach. Marking location.
Terminate outpost destroyed.
There's a fucking mushroom close.
Objective located. Southwest.
You can shoot the mushroom. You see the mushroom in the north? Yeah, face north. Thank you.
Terminated hive structure destroyed.
Thank you. Canister's empty. Heavy, northwest, 50 meters. Objective located, north.
Shoot that first. Find a hill and just shoot it.
Terminated hive structure destroyed.
That's it.
Found something. Heavy.
Outpost destroyed.
Sending in an eagle.
Attack underway.
Bug tunnel breach.
You have served democracy well. Extraction awaits.
Requesting air support. Tagging map, northeast, 200 meters.
Orbital inbound. Sending in an eagle.
Okay. Reinforce.
Calling in reinforcements. Thank you.
Get some. Get some.
Light. Found something.
I can, but
Affirmative.
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements. 5 minutes left. We can't stay this low much longer, Helldiver.
Found something.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
Reloading. Last reload.
Tagging map. West. 100 meters.
Extraction request confirmed. Shuttle inbound.
Requesting advance.
Sending in an eagle.
Tech pack inbound. Get some. Get some.
ETA T-minus 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Reinforcing it.
Requesting tac pack. Dropping a pin. South. 300 meters.
ETA T-minus 2 minutes.
Injury? What injury?
Tabby, west, close.
Sending in an eagle.
ETA T-minus 1 minute 30 seconds.
Orbital inbound.
Requesting air support. Tabby, on my position. Tabby, west.
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
Heavy. Helldivers never die.
ETA T-minus 30 seconds.
Calling in reinforcements.
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements. ETA T-minus 20 seconds.
Walker, west.
ETA T-minus 10 seconds.
Sending in an eagle.
Pelican 1 arriving at coordinates. Pelican 1 landing sequence initiated. Watch where you're standing. Pelican 1 preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds.
Reinforcement budget depleted.
Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent. Liberty smiles upon your trail.
destroyer has left squadron.
Zero friendly fire incidents is the sort of statistical anomaly I welcome.
Take care, Mr. Bouncy Cat. Take care. Of course, so. No. What do I want to do?
Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods Prime, engaging orbital thrusters. Orbit synchronized. Hellpod launch initiated.
Geometry in high school, or that other time I flunked algebra too. That's how I ended up at Nomen. I'm still of the opinion that art school should generally be avoided in this economy, but let's say you must absolutely go to art school. Like, let's say your parents are just all over your dick about getting that degree, like that piece of shit I threw on the ground earlier in the video, and you really want to do 3D art, then just go. The cool thing about Nomen is that every teacher there is an industry professional, and you can go there to make friends with these people. Why is that important? Because the entertainment industry is one that is built heavily on nepotism. Heavily. Like, do not underestimate that. I'm not saying just go there and be a kiss ass or anything. That's really cringe, and people can always tell when you're doing that. I mean, go actually make friends with people. I met my best friend at Nomen, and you're listening to his music right now, so you never know when people are just gonna come and clutch for you. If I could go back in time, though, instead of taking the full program, I would just take individual courses.
Welcome to my channel.
The cost of any art school was kind of crazy. That, combined with living in Los Angeles, was not a great time for my parents' wallet. Also, depending on what you want to do in the industry, some of the classes there just aren't necessary. Like, I had to take 2 rigging classes. I don't remember anything about rigging. I hate rigging, and I've never had to use it a single time in production. Anytime I was asked to do anything related to rigging, I just said, no, I'm not doing that shit, sorry. Cool industry tip, if you don't actually want to do something, all you have to do is be born a decently attractive girl, and then you probably don't have to do it. Other than Nomen, I would just avoid going to art school entirely, because if you go anywhere else, you're probably going to end up with a degree in advanced McDonald's studies.
もしもし、ドナルドです。
This mainly pertains to 3D though. If you're doing 2D, then I don't really know what the situation is as far as higher education goes. But, you know, 2D doesn't really rely heavily on different types of software the way that 3D does. So, you should just get YouTube videos for that. Like, I'm not a 2D illustrator professionally by any means, but I can draw and paint decently enough for the kind of stupid shit I like to post online just to amuse myself, and I was able to do that by just training myself via YouTube tutorials. So you'd be surprised the kind of things that you can find online to bolster your education. After years of grinding, blood, sweat, and tears, in that time a homeless man followed me home with his wiener out because I lived in Los Angeles. I finally got my degree. Up until that point, art school was the hardest I'd ever worked in my life, and it paid off. The stuff I could make was pretty damn cool, and I'd even won an award just for being a tryhard. I wasn't just the village dumbass that struggled with long division anymore. I could use Maya. I was a juggernaut at stuff that I actually enjoyed doing for the first time in my life. So you'd think it'd be smooth sailing from there. All I'd have to do is go apply to jobs and go to interviews in person and in close proximity to other people while shaking their hands and making physical contact in the same room, breathing the same air. My graduation ceremony was in December of 2019, and 2 months later, the entire world fell apart. And I was pretty worried. 2 weeks to stop the spread turned into 2 months, and I wasn't sure what to even do with myself. Suddenly, studios figured out that people were just as competent working from home as they were from an office, and everybody was getting these little coof bucks checks from the government, and people wanted to spend their coof bucks on movies and TV and video games because there was nothing else to do. And just like that, jobs were everywhere, and then my introverted ass didn't have to spend any time in an office pretending like I didn't have weapons-grade Asperger's. And that was really fantastic for me. But that's also the reason why there aren't any jobs now, but we'll talk about that later. Fun fact, I've never worked in person in an office before, and I don't know if this had a negative or a positive impact on my career as a whole. But I just think that if I ever had to spend time working physically in the same geographic location as the people I would eventually end up meeting in the industry, I think I'd have assault charges on my record by now. Doing art as a career for a corporation, for studios, for other people is just so soul-sucking. Trying to turn something that I loved into a commodity is probably the biggest mistake that I've ever made in my life. These studios know that you love what you do, that this is your dream job, and they'll take advantage of that because they know at the end of the day you'd be doing this shit for free because you love it. Getting paid to do something you already like is a bonus because you'd be doing this anyway. And oh, on top of that, what's this? You get the privilege of working on the IP that you like the most? Whoa! Now you're getting paid in bragging rights, isn't that cool? Now do 6 months of unpaid overtime or you're fired. And it's easy to replace you too because there's thousands of other bright-eyed and bushy-tailed fanboys out there that would love to slave away for the big IP for less money and for longer. Dream jobs are a meme that corporations shill to keep you working a 9-to-5, for the most part. I think if I were a really famous and rich YouTuber and I could afford a plastic surgery to make my eyes less huge and creepy, that would be really cool. Like and subscribe. I found out pretty quickly that doing art for a studio is just a glorified office job in which the paycheck you get is incongruent to the amount of work that you're actually doing. You know, this is just my opinion, of course. I have friends that still love this shit, but for me, I've never really had a pleasant experience in this field outside of making personal work just for me. I have some stories. I'm not going to tell you which studios these occurred at specifically for legal reasons. Some of these places can be unbelievably petty, and I'm not trying to deal with that shit. What I said earlier about 6 months of unpaid overtime, that wasn't an exaggeration. That was a real thing that happened to me. In that 6 months, there was like a 2-month period where I didn't even have a weekend off, and I was just working 7 days a week just to keep up with this crazy delivery schedule that some psychopath pulled out of their ass. And I was making a lot of money, sure, but I wasn't happy. I wasn't even human anymore. I was just a workhorse. I was just a number on a spreadsheet. I didn't even have time to enjoy all the money I was making, and then eventually I would get laid off, and I'd have to get that money to last me for the next 2 years while the layoffs were occurring and gigs were few and far between. And now it's all gone. I always thought when I got a 9-to-5 job, it would be great because I'd have just a bunch of free time in my after hours, but the after hours often never came, and when they did come, I was just too tired to really do much of anything except maybe watch TV. Just a reminder for this little overtime in particular, I was getting paid for my job, but I wasn't getting paid for the overtime. I was just expected to do it, or else I'd get canned. Certainly, I could have quit at any time, but I have this problem as an artist, and I think a lot of other artists have this problem too. I just don't like quitting. I don't like giving up. And we've all made the mistake of thinking, oh wow, super cool, well-known AP. If I stay there, everybody in my life will respect me more. So anytime I got a gig like this, I would stay like a battered 50s housewife, geeked up on barbiturates. So in this industry, contrary to popular belief, you're going to be working with a lot of people who are not artists. And those people are going to be telling you how to do your job. One time I was working at this studio where we more or less did not get to have the final say in any artistic decisions. The investors / publishers did. Usually it's more of like a back and forth thing where the artists give the art to the investors and the investors look at it and they're like, oh, I don't know. How many monies will I just put in my wallet? And then the artist can more or less convince the investors that things are fine if they make a few small changes. This was not the case at this studio. One day out of the blue, about 8 months into the production, the publishers came in and decided that they hated the entire style of what we were making, and we were told to start over from the ground up. So every character model I've made up until that point, bang, zoom to the moon. I remember sitting in a Zoom meeting with one of these people as they were examining my character models, which were totally fine like a week prior to that, by the way. And this bitch said,
oh, it's not so much the thickness of it so much as it is the curvature.
And I'm like, in my head, what the f does that mean? And they couldn't like give us examples of the style that they wanted. And we had issues keeping a concept artist because these people kept coming in and not liking the concept artist. So it was like a revolving door of people who would just get told that their art wasn't what our production was looking for. And it got to the point where we just had people in the studio that could not draw, that were giving concept art to me and telling me to model it. And they were like, ooh, what if you did it like this? And I was like, oh, what if I didn't? If I was your mom, I wouldn't even hang this shit up on my fridge. Now you're probably thinking, hey, you're getting paid regardless. Just put the fries in the bag, little bro. Correct. See, this is a me problem that I have in this industry. I just can't phone it in like that. I do not like submitting work that I think is shitty. I do not like making ugly character models. I want to make stuff that looks cool. Having an emotional attachment to the stuff you make is rough and pretty counterproductive to your work, but it's just something that I personally cannot get over. I just can't do the, oh, just make the slop and get paid sort of thing. I mean, I can't. When I make art, I always want to do a good job. It's art. That's what it's for. It should look nice. This is the part where it's kind of sort of also not a me problem, because let's say you're working on something for Studio A and it looks like shit because of like the design or time constraints or whatever, and then that gig ends and then you're applying for work at Studio B, and then Studio B is like, hey, what did you do at Studio A? And then you have to show them, and it's horse turd from the Pinocchio movie again. God damn it. I'm not an entitled little baby. I'll make the ugly asset at the end of the day. My entire portfolio at this point is full of ugly little assets, but as I'm doing this, I take 1d4 psychic damage every single time, and eventually, when there's no more HP left, I'm burnt out. And that's more or less how my last job ended. I wasn't even fired from that one. It was a miracle I got that job at all, because it was 2024 and all of the layoffs were in full swing. And getting work was extremely competitive at this point. It was an extremely lucky coincidence because I happened to have two friends from two different friend groups at the same studio that happened to both think of me for that role. Again, reiterating the importance of making friends. But the concept for what we were making was really stupid, and I was pulling all of this unpaid overtime again because I had this displacement map error that I'd never encountered before, and apparently neither had anybody else at that office. And this just made the ugly character that I was modeling even uglier because I couldn't fix it. And I was given like AI bullshit again to use for reference for some already pretty bad concept art. And I just thought, why am I even here? What the hell am I doing with my life? I entered this career path because I thought I wanted my 9-to-5 job to be something I actually liked doing, but I hated this. And I'd probably have a more fulfilling and fun experience counting the spokes on my own asshole. I wasn't making the stuff that inspired me. This wasn't Wall-E, it wasn't Coraline. They don't even make stuff like that anymore because Hollywood prefers to play it safe and make slop. And also, there were no other jobs anyway, so I just quit. But why specifically are there no other jobs? There are a lot of things that contributed to the degradation of the animation, games, and VFX industry. Everyone likes to point their finger at DEI, which, while I'd agree is a stupid policy to implement for both hiring and storytelling.
So, I'm non-binary.
I'd argue that DEI probably had the least to do with all of this. People just really like controversy, and it's the most digestible thing to argue about online for your average aggravated layman. But what's significantly less interesting to talk about and more difficult to get a grasp on,
You're here.
and what's
The galaxy
probably the
awaits your
largest
salvation.
contributing factor for why things have gotten this bad, are larger economic problems and predatory corporate practices. Hey, remember earlier when I said I couldn't do
The
long division?
Helldivers
I
battled
still
for
can't do
freedom.
long division.
Let
God
us
didn't give
decide
me
what
the cool math autism, he gave me the one where I have a bunch of Undertale shit in my house. Since I'm a big kid now, I'm going to do my best to try and teach you how the economy works and why everybody got laid off because of it. So like first you have interest rates, which apparently are like fixed nationally or internationally by the government, I guess. Or like maybe everyone gets together and agrees that the interest rate should be like a specific number. Or maybe the president does it. Bill Clinton said the interest rates are basically zero, so you have to do what he says. For a long time, interest rates made it so companies could very easily borrow a bunch of money to invest in whatever project they wanted. And so tech companies did exactly that, running things at a loss with no consequences, therefore setting the grounds for a bubble. And what do bubbles do? They pop. And then someone somewhere sneezed on a bat or like twerked on a petri dish. I don't fucking know. And then the coof was born. Like I said earlier, everybody got stuck at home with a fat check full of coof bucks. And the game industry found this golden opportunity to convert even the normiest of normies into hardcore gamers. Even my mom bought a Nintendo DS, or not a DS, a Switch. Even my mom bought a Switch at some point and started playing Animal Crossing. So game companies start to maximum overhire, as do animation and VFX studios, because this low interest rate, high fever shit affects them too. We've entered this attention-retention economy where everybody's trying their hardest to get you to perpetually goon on their app, or play their video game, or watch their movie. Unfortunately, everybody being stuck at home, plus supply chain issues, and then eventually everyone having to go back to work, created some pretty nasty inflation problems. This made Bill Clinton very angry, so he descended from Mount Olympus, where the White House is located, and he punished the people of Earth with high interest rates in retaliation. This means companies can no longer just borrow money arbitrarily. There's real consequences to all of these loans that they have to pay back eventually with the hefty price of added interest. Now companies have all of this labor that they have to pay for, but not all the free money with which to do so. So now they do what they must because they can. They cull the herd. Companies have this weird fixation with appearing as profitable as possible to investors. So when money is no longer free, the only way they can keep the silly little line on the silly little graph going ever upwards to appease the big scary shareholder wearing the big scary suit but secretly a very poopy diaper is to get rid of people. Getting rid of people makes you look fun and sexy to investors because they don't see it as destroying people's livelihoods. They see it as cleaning house and making things look more efficient, so that funny little number on funny little graph goes up. And if it don't, then I'm gonna get all poopy in my diaper. And CEOs aren't just gonna take pay cuts like they do in Japan to avoid laying people off. That just makes you look weak. Then you can't afford as many yachts. Caring about people? In this economy? What are you, stupid? I'm trying to get my dick sucked on a boat. Financially, a lot of these companies are actually doing great, reporting record profits even. They just want to look good for shareholders, so they cut jobs. They're chasing a forever waxing and waning hype cycle, the goal of which is to come out on top with more money than you had previously. And that means removing all of the people that make the art for your product to actually be consumable. These companies do not care about you. They don't care about your art. They don't care about that time you stayed up till 5 a.m. trying to finish a character model. They just don't care. And that's why I can't be bothered to participate in this shit anymore. So what happens now? Where is the industry at large going? What am I gonna do with my life since I'm the main character of this video? Eventually these companies are gonna have to hire artists back. I just don't know when that's going to be, but they can't make a product involving art without an artist, because you can't just generate art out of thin air. Wait.
You can.
I was actually gonna go on to talk about reasons to hope for a better future, because these companies would eventually remember that, you know, they need to hire people to make this stuff for them. They need to hire artists. And then I remembered that generative AI exists, specifically in reference to an article published by the Animation Guild back in 2023 in reference to AI usage in the industry. So that was already 2 years ago. I'll put a link to that in the description, I guess. Here's some fun little stats for you. 72% of firms surveyed could be considered early adopters of AI. 75% of respondents said Gen AI tools, software, and/or models had supported the elimination, reduction, or consolidation of jobs in their business division. 36 respondents who had or were developing generative AI tools reported that generative AI reduced the need for certain skills, tasks, and responsibilities among staff. Here's my favorite stat among all these. 47%, and this was in 2023, mind you. So almost half of the responders to this 2 years ago, almost half of business leads said that within the next 3 years, generative AI will be effective at generating 3D assets. I can't help but feel that even if the industry bounces back, I'm going to wind up as a glorified topology janitor. And that's if I'm lucky. Eventually they're going to figure out the topology bits too. Look, I'm not saying abandon all hope. I'm not saying don't pursue 3D modeling or game development or animation. When I was making that Chris Chan 3D sculpting video, I know I kept saying how much I had grown to hate 3D modeling, but as I was sculpting that stupid thing, I just kind of remembered how much I enjoyed it. I think regardless of what happens to the industry, there's always going to be a market for people who want to consume things made by human hands. People want to consume art made by humans because art is unique to the human condition, and whatever a robot spits out is just a soulless copy and completely unrelatable. At least for people like you and me. If a movie comes out that's completely AI generated, I'm not gonna watch it. Same with a video game, I'm not gonna play that. It's entirely possible that these companies will remember their humble beginnings and maybe reconsider the heavy implementation of AI tools to replace human artists. It's not a high hope, but it's a hope. If not, bullying seems to be an effective course of reciprocation. Like, there was that one cinematic that Riot did that was entirely AI generated, and people cyberbullied the shit out of them on Twitter so hard that they took it down out of embarrassment. Normalize cyberbullying companies. Look, I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know what I'm going to do about it, so I certainly don't know what to tell you to do about it. I'm just here to give you my perspective and to save you from this industry weaving this potentially unattainable, if not very distressing pipe dream for you. There, of course, is always going indie. All of my favorite games are indie games. My mentor from school and her partner made this really kick-ass indie short film, and now they've got the attention of investors, so much so that they're now going in full ass and creating an entire series by themselves. I'm personally in the process of teaching myself Game Maker. I'm trying to make a silly little shoot-'em-up game, and I'm trying to just make something from start to finish so I can publish it for, like, I don't know, for free or maybe for $1, just to say that I made something from start to finish, even if it's not groundbreaking. I'm willing to bet that if just a handful of the talented artists that are probably going to watch this video got together and decided to make something, it could really take off and turn into something real. No, really, hit me up if that's something that interests you. I've got some ideas, some rudimentary coding skills, and some decent experience with 2D animation, and obviously the whole 3D modeling thing. Hit me up. We could probably make something. If you want to do art professionally, I'm not going to stop you. Just be aware of the unprecedented changes that are reshaping the market and have a backup plan. I didn't have a backup plan, and now I'm back in my childhood bedroom e-begging and making long-form shitpost content. I legitimately do not have a direction in life right now. I'm kind of just throwing spaghetti at the wall until something sticks, so hopefully I don't have to work at a call center for the rest of my life. Hence the YouTube channel. Would be pretty cool if that worked out. Would be pretty cool if just one thing in my life worked out for once. I could continue making artist-centric stuff like this, or branch out into other things. I like complaining. I could make some complaining video essays where I talk about larger societal issues. Microplastics in my balls? How America's central banks are depositing microplastics into your balls right now. I don't know, just a thought. I just want to make things and entertain people. That's why I got into the animation business. So I don't know.
How an average killer is expected to get 4 or 5 hooks before killing anyone, and still...
Let me see.
We have made so many videos about some of the best ones in this time, and today we're going to talk about possibly the best one yet. But the thing that you need to understand about DBD tournaments is that they typically come in 2 shapes, and 2 shapes only. They're super sweaty, super high-level comp-style tournaments, like the ones hosted by the DBD League. These ones have the best players in the community playing against each other with a bunch of rules to keep things fair. But honestly, these matches are played so efficiently by both sides that sometimes it all feels like a repeat of itself. You see the same killers, the same maps, the same builds. it sometimes really doesn't entertain you as much as you feel it should. And on the other hand, we have the very casual tournaments where mostly content creators play against each other. These tournaments are a little bit more unpredictable. You have people that maybe don't play a lot of Killer playing Killer for the first time and trying goofy things. They're not bad, they're entertaining, but there's also not any prize money. There's really nothing at stake, nothing to get invested in. And as a viewer, the experience sometimes is not the most entertaining. There's also a lot of waiting time between matches and other issues that plague all the tournaments because, well, DBD is DBD. You might also have spectating bugs and other things that just make the viewing experience worse. But finally, we have a tournament that breaks the mold. A tournament that takes the best things from competitive and the best things from casual and mixes it into something really, really fun. And the best part is that waiting between the matches was actually so entertaining. We had DJs actually playing music. We had really funny skits, and the audience was genuinely invested in every single minute. The premise of this tournament is absolutely brilliant. Mish, the main organizer of this tournament, made it so that all of the participants were anonymous. You were watching people play, but you didn't know who was who. And the audience would vote on who was playing the best, basing that only on their gameplay. I was a guest in this tournament. I got to play Killer a few matches, and nobody knew who I was, unless they guessed from my gameplay. And I had to really, really play well and make myself look good. It wasn't about the amount of kills. It wasn't about the amount of hooks. It wasn't about the amount of anything. I had to provide a good, entertaining match. And I did my absolute best to do that. And honestly, I think the matches that I played were really, really entertaining. Today, I'm going to share them with you. I'm going to tell you my thought process behind them. You could even use the build in your own games if you find it fun. And we're also going to see some of the reactions from the commentators to the things that I did and the crazy survivors that I went against. Let's get into it. In my first Killer match, I decided to play as the Unknown. And one of the maps that I could choose for this character was Cold Tower 2. A perfect playground for my plans. My whole strategy would revolve around a very unusual add-on, the Discarded Milk Carton. This add-on makes your projectile bouncier. And if you check my add-on guide on tier list, you will see that I do not generally recommend this add-on. In fact, I would go as far as to say that this add-on is worse than nothing for beginners. You will often find that your projectiles are bouncing too much and they are too hard to control. But if you take the time to specialize in using this add-on and playing around its downsides, you can actually tap into some unique strengths that allow the Unknown to pull off shots that would normally be impossible. You can make your projectile bounce off walls at speeds that survivors are not really used to. Your maximum range is also increased, allowing you to hit very distant folks. And more importantly, since we already know which map we're going to, we can find nasty lineups that result in shots that survivors would never in a million years expect. I practiced a bunch of these, and to tie this build together, we brought the perk Monitor and Abuse. This would make my terror radius so small that some survivors could be hit by a projectile without even knowing that I'm anywhere near. We also paired it with a brown add-on that sometimes remove my terror radius just to keep things a little bit spicy and keep them guessing. And the rest of the build would be very simple. We would bring several perks that reveal survivors, especially around generators, so that we would know where to aim and how to snipe them from a distance. Let's see how this build worked out. Okay, starting things off, I noticed that I am right next to the main building on a very, very, very long line of sight. It's this little path to my left. I'm going to avoid it and immediately walk a little bit towards the edge of the map. The idea is that, especially with Monitor and Abuse, my terror radius should be very small, and maybe I can creep up to one of the survivors and shoot at them when they're on a gen. I go for an attempt here that I'm not too sure would have been successful, even if someone was on the gen. But it didn't seem like anyone was by the time I did that shot. We now are aware of the survivors' location, at least 3 of them. And here I'm going to do a little flick on the Lowry, right around the corner. And luckily that was successful. With this killer, however, you need to be very careful. These survivors are going to be looking to show off, and they're going to constantly be altruistic, try to help each other. If I get 4 people weakened, but they all stare at me, unless I pull off a miracle, it's all the effort's going to be for nothing here. Here, I had a really beautiful shot waiting for Quentin, but honestly, he did a great job spacing it out and got a massive stun. We see that his aura is shown to us briefly. I didn't realize this at the time, but this was Object of Obsession. AKA, anytime that I see his aura, he's going to see mine. This seems like an amazing teleport that could be a really quick down if the Quentin walked into me. He did successfully, avoid this. Again, be very unpredictable pathing from him. There's a what some people call the God Rock filler. Here I'm going to put a clone to make sure that this is easily taken care of. But here we see again Object of Obsession in play. He knew exactly where I was, so he made distance. And here I had to guess a little bit where he would go. We see another survivor, the Laurie from before. She's gonna dodge right. Obviously, anytime a survivor is hugging a left wall, then they're gonna go right. And if it's the opposite, then the other way around. Here, a teleport that could have honestly been a little bit premature. Unfortunately, the explosive there did not hit the corner properly, and it did not explode. Either that or Quentin spaced it out. But the unfortunate thing about spacing yourself out against this killer is that sometimes you take the hit anyway. This is something that we'll see later. So far, my practice has not paid off. We haven't really taken any of the survivors into the spots that I've practiced shots against, but that is the nature of the tournament. We need to be ready for it. We go out of our way to put this character in a white hook. This lets me know which gen is most progress. We miss an unfortunate shot here, but that is okay. And I want to leave a clone by this window and this pallet. It's quite important. Here, I am being hit by a little bit of analysis paralysis. I try to go for a really beautiful shot, but this only would have worked if the Feng Min would have committed, and I think she was more or less testing the grounds. I have a bit of analysis paralysis because I have so many survivors around me that I don't know which one to chase. And here it didn't seem like I had any viable way to get this girl infected. I am looking, however, to snipe the Laurie that was still weakened from the start of the match. And a teleport to Laurie here was tempting, but here is a really, really good situation for me because look, she is in a complete bottleneck. She could not dodge either way, so this was obviously going to be really good for me. Unfortunately, they did take care of my clone. I see an opportunity here with Gearhead to hit someone, but I don't quite land the shot. The spectators in the tournament were really excited about that possibility, but they didn't quite land it. Here, unfortunately, we have a TL wall that is not going to be played by itself because we have this beautiful pallet filler here, making that bounce there makes it immediately explode, but unfortunately my power wasn't ready, and this made it honestly pretty amazing. I wanted to do something fun here, but at the end of the day, if they run in a circle in the open, especially with this add-on, it is extremely easy to have the bouncers play against you. So we're gonna put her in another white hook. This will trigger floods and also compass. Jagged compass lets me know that this gen is the most progress, which gives me an idea of what I'm looking at. And here we are taking full advantage of monitor and abuse to sneak up on these two survivors that end both of them getting the hit. But unfortunately, they were not weakened before, so they don't take any damage. We briefly see Quentin there have Object of Obsession. I missed my shot on the window. It didn't really look like a bad shot, but I think Laurie wasn't close enough. That could have been really, really good. Luckily for me, though, she corners herself in this pallet. Cold Tower has 4 possible pallets that can spawn, and they work either in A or B. There's 2 or the other 2, and this one's really easy to deal with. Here, unfortunately, I'm gonna have to pick up, and there's nothing too fun I can do. I kind of wanted to see if they would unhook in front of me, and I did something funny.
Uh-oh, unknown being a little scary. Ooh, we getting some gnarly.
Yeah, get her, yeah. Still gets the hook, unless...
Yeah, I think he does, unless we... Wait. Is it enough? It's not. Oh my god. Oh my god, I needed one more.
Alright, that little prank there could have costed me a hook, and it could have been pretty bad. We see the floods of rage come in. Everyone's in here. I know a shot here that I can do if I catch them off guard. And unfortunately, inexplicably, the bounce just goes into the wrong direction. But that's what happens when you have uneven surfaces. I have to switch to someone else. It's a good thing that we're putting clones here. I know how to deal a little bit with this structure. Unfortunately, that direct hit slowed her down but did not explode next to her. We're back to this girl, even though I'm not 100% happy. I am a little bit to the left, anticipating that she would dodge, even though she didn't really do it much. I wanted to bait her here into the building, but this Laurie is about to pop off.
Dead. Good job, good job, good job. Trying to avoid getting hit by that bubble, but it's so scary. It's so scary. Good job, dude. And gets the ball. Resilient. Let's go. Okay, we have a pallet. We have a pallet. Laurie's juicing. She's juicing.
Ooh.
Oh my gosh. Why am I nervous? Wait.
Oh,
It
they were
teleported.
dispelling it.
Oh my god. This is gonna be tricky. Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna say that's a tricky one to dodge, I think.
At this point, by the way, you didn't see it from the commentator's point of view. I teleported to the mech who was dispelling the clone, and that immediately puts her into weakened state. But I decided to commit to the Lari since I wanted to finish the chase. She had done really, really amazing. You're gonna notice, by the way, that when you hook, there's an attempt to flashbang, you get the information on the most progress gen. But if the most progress gen changes, like right now, when a gen pops, you actually see it switch live. So this perk actually gives you a bit more information than you think. Here, I couldn't believe that I had the option to go for a shot, and I took it. That put Lari back into danger mode, and here I wanted to do something really special, and it was so close to working. Unfortunately, it didn't quite work. We still have this run from before, and this would have been a miss. I'm 99% sure. So I decided not to go for it, and the hook just got in my way. This should have been a clean shot, but the hook's hitbox is a little bit generous. I have no idea why this Fengmin was trying to steal my wallet, but all I knew is that I wasn't gonna let her. I tried to do something funny, lost track of her a little bit. Got her with a really nice shot when she hooked the corner. And here she would have died regardless of what she did if she went for the TL. I think here she was maybe planning to run back on me if I used my power, but she didn't. I was a little scared that there would be some kind of pallet or flashy safe, but I was pretty confident as well that there would be no one here. So far we've been distributing hooks pretty evenly, but yeah, this might have not been the best idea. It might have generally been better to catch them a little bit off guard. Oh, we have another survivor that was disrupting a clone. I decided to go away from her. Unfortunately, right here, oh, that was so good. Now, you need to realize that because she was oblivious thanks to my add-on, she was looking behind her, but she had no idea how close I was. And here, I tried to do a shot that I had practiced. It didn't work, but somehow, I guess dodging put Quentin out of the spot enough. I'm gonna be honest, right now, Quentin there didn't go down to that shot, unfortunately. Right now, here, I should be looking to kill Lari. Obviously, everyone in the team is trying real hard. Oh my god, that was a crazy little dump tech from Meg. Everyone in the team was trying really hard to save her, and I should have picked her up. But I felt a little bad. I wanted everyone to be in the game for a bit longer, which maybe I shouldn't have done. Maybe I should have limited their amount of plays, especially Lari, a player that obviously was doing really well, right? And maybe I should have just killed her. Here, I try to take advantage of the fact that that survivor wasn't going to see me briefly, but he held his distances really well. Everyone here was very aware of how to play against Unknown. I tried to go for a fun shot here, and unfortunately, I got branched. But in retrospect, now that I see everyone's hardest, it wouldn't have worked in the first place. These are some shots that I practice here and there that I think are fun. Lari here sees me coming a mile away. That's just sloppy aim, a bit of nerves. And honestly, keep in mind, this killer, even when played perfectly, has a degree of failure. Here, I purposely did not M1 this girl because I wanted to do a really fun shot that I had practiced. But she did something so unusual. I think nerves here might have been going both ways. Basically, the idea is to bounce it off the building, and then it would land more or less where you would expect the survivors to run away from you. But yeah, here we see once again that the gen that has the most progress is this one, and I'm going to try to go for a shot on it. It is a little difficult, however, based on the number of walls. And as you can see, one survivor was going towards it, but I don't think they were quite there yet. Unfortunately, I don't think I landed a single nice shot out of the ones that I practiced on the gens. But we will see. We actually pulled off some other things in a minute. Right now, however, we need to chase this Meg in Shack, which is a little bit tricky at times. And here, I overcomplicated myself. I used my power when I maybe shouldn't have to. We do get the weekend, but I cannot follow that up with a basic attack. The cooldown is just too big. And here, even though Quentin shows up for the help, she understands fully that my projectile will go through him and dodges out of the way of the pallet. Brilliant play from her. Wasn't expecting it. I do get the hit on Quentin, and I try to go for him, but I do miss this follow-up attack. I've now lost a little bit of my momentum. No one is weakened. I need to do something. Luckily for me, Quentin here leaves this loop, which I honestly think is hard, to go into this corner of the shack, which is much easier for me to hit. I'm respecting the pallet here. I don't want to get stunned. I'm going to try a little mind game. I see some scratch marks over here, and I decide to check if this Meg was on her own, but she was not. And keep in mind, he is not hugging anything to Quentin because he sees my aura with Optical Obsession, and that is fine. Luckily, the Fengmin who is on this generator, she doesn't know about my gearhead, and I get her with this nasty shot that now puts her in weaken. And if I follow up with a couple downs, this could be huge. Honestly, big mistake from Laurie. I don't know if it was ping there. Maybe she thought she was safe. I get a nasty hit on Quentin, who is injured. I could have committed to this down a little bit more. I decided to go back, and Fengmin out of nowhere comes with a flashbang, but misses. Thank God. I decided not to pick up the mech this time. I am going to correct the mistakes that I made earlier, and I'm going to kill Laurie right now. Enough second chances, right? In the slow time, they're probably going to have time to pick up. And I could have maybe gone for a shot there, but I wasn't too sure if it would bounce too much off the pallet. In the end, I take basically nothing. They all are weakened, but they'll probably be able to shrug it off. Here, they hug the generator and then stop hugging it to bait me into a shot. Excellent job from them. And luckily, we're going to see Quentin fake the window, but we didn't fall for it. And we're going to see something very, very similar happen with Meg. Although it's going to happen in a different order. First, I'm going to try to take a shot at Fengmin, who's already removed her weaken from before. I teleport out. This doesn't give me enough distance, but it is enough to trick her. Unfortunately, my shot there goes through her, but doesn't explode at her. So it didn't count as a weaken. Luckily, she did basically the same maneuver as Quentin. And here, if I wanted to go for Fang, this game would have been over. Instead, I know she's a bit distant, so I pick up right away. And even though I knew basement was a possibility, I decided to try to bait it, see if she would get a little closer and give me a hit. Instead, I just decided to hook here. Maybe Floods of Rage does something else. She obviously has to spend a little bit of time picking up and takes a weaken for it. Meg is not ready here, but ooh, what happened? She missed the pallet save? What exactly happened here? Let's see it from the spectator's point of view.
Well, he has a body nearby too. I don't know if she gets. Yeah, they need a healing perk or something. Uh-oh.
Oh no.
Oh?
You know what? Just take it. Doesn't get it.
Oh my gosh! He gave them the opportunity for a CJ to see if they could pull it off. And I think she hesitated. She didn't expect that.
So yeah, what I believe happened here is that Fengmin was waiting by the pallet to try to stun me, and then if I tried to break the pallet, she would have vaulted. Instead of breaking the pallet, I would have accidentally picked up Mech from the ground, and then she would have dropped the flashbang, and it would have been a really cool trick that some people call the CJ deck. However, because she had been hit with my ground add-on, she was oblivious, and I think the lack of terror radius actually threw her off as to how close I really was, and this whole thing just didn't work. The commentators, however, seemed to enjoy it quite a bit. So after that, there was a little bit more back and forth. She tried another variation of the CJ tag that I tried to also allow in the locker, but it didn't work out, sadly for them. In the end, I decided to hook Meg in the basement, which gave the other two a chance to heal. The rest of the match just was not super eventful from this point on. They did a pretty good job running me and making sure that they popped whatever last chance they could, but it wasn't all that entertaining from here. This was a wrap, and now I have to play a second match against the exact same team of survivors. For our second killer match, I decided to play the Trickster, a character that almost nobody associates with me. My idea was to keep things a little hard to guess and to play him in a very unique way that you almost never see anyone do. It all revolves around his own personal perk, Starstruck. Starstruck makes all survivors within your terror radius expose while you are carrying someone, and for a short duration afterwards too. But this perk is not very good on Trickster. Trickster is a special attacker that damages with range attacks and doesn't typically get close enough to hit with a basic attack, so Starstruck is actually not very good on him despite being his own perk. But we would be bringing a few other perks to help us close the gap. The first two would be Agitation and Thrilling Tremors. Agitation would make me faster while I'm carrying someone, making a potential flashy save or pallet save a little bit more dangerous, and it also increases my terror radius exactly when I need it to be the biggest. That way, almost everyone in the map will be exposed. I will not know which generators are being worked on, however, so Thrilling Tremors will let me know which generators are not being worked on so that I can hook closer to that area and ensure that absolutely everyone is affected by Starstruck. Later on in the match, if survivors are playing a little bit more cautious, it will also block gens and maybe buy me a little bit of time. That being said, even though we are now getting closer, we still don't really have any method to make the Trickster any good at landing basic attacks. But that's where the next part of the build comes in, the add-ons. First, we have the Cage Hard Shoes.
Hello everybody and welcome to a build overview for my Armor Break Warbringer. Making a full build here for map. Rarely ever press that button. See, not Titan. And we are just auto-attacking things and they are exploding. It pretty much is that simple. The way this works is the Warbringer has an ascendancy node, which Armor Break can be, it says, be reduced to below 0. How it works is it inverts the enemy's armor. See, this guy is at negative 13,798 armor. And that is only due to the Warbringer. And I'm also using a skill gem linked. I got 2 rares right away. Let me press the Sunder. How the build works, as you can see. Oh my gosh. So we're playing the Warbringer Ascendancy, which gives us this Ascendancy right here. Imploding Impacts. Now, the point going into it is also important, but this node is why everything works so incredibly well. So you can break an enemy armor to below 0. As I just demonstrated, that means that you are essentially inversing the armor. If the enemy has 5k armor regularly, you break it instead of 0. Now it's negative 5,000. That is exactly how this
allows me to throw a few knives every now and then and lose a little bit less distance. And the real surprise, the iridescent photo card. If I don't miss my knives, each additional knife that I land without missing will give me 1% extra speed. This adds to the Trickster's natural 115 speed, which means that after a few knives, I am moving much faster than any survivor will expect. And just in case I am a little bit too out of range to land an attack, we have the final jewel of the crowd. Coup de Grace, a perk that increases the distance of your lunges and allows you to get hits that would otherwise be impossible. Not a very common perk on Trickster, this whole build is based around catching them off guard and also has the added benefit of shutting down a lot of altruistic play. Let's see how it performs in action. Our second match begins, and we didn't really talk about which map we're playing on, but this is Wrecker's Yard. This is the one Azeroth's map that has the shack in the middle, and then a few tiles, a few fillers, and 2 vehicles opposite from each other. We have gotten the best possible vehicles, by the way. We got this bus, which is not very strong, and the fact that Fong Min ran here was really good for me, because this is a guaranteed damage at one point or another. But she makes a huge mistake here. She is zoned against the edge of the map, and when taking this damage, she decides to do the same thing, and here I can just wait, listen to which side she's coming from, and I'm not gonna go for a basic attack because I have my main event ready, which happens every 8 successful knives and has infinite ammo. So here, quick pick up. I'm not really in the middle, but with Ruin Tremors, I can literally see which generator is not being worked on. And Shack is definitely within my terror radius right now, so my plan right now is to hook real quick and go to Shack and see if I can get Starstruck on someone. Knowing that they get one about this perk, we expect to see scratch marks here, someone panicking. They didn't really run ahead very early. And I decided, okay, 1% is good enough. You know what? Let's play this. Obviously, he should have dropped this pallet here, decided not to. Very dangerous game to play. And Quentin goes down. The commentators now understand what my build is about.
Oh, he was exposed by Starstruck. That's so unfortunate. That's so unfortunate.
Oh, and it's Thrilling Tremors blocking the gens and not Corrupt. So this is basically all based on carrying. Very nice.
Oh my god.
We have a pretty seamless transition back to Fong Min if we try it. Unfortunately, Meg hit us with a nasty head-on. I decided to bait the rescue there to get 3% speed, which is gonna help me. This skill's not gonna be insta-landable, so the moment she gets injured, by the way, the speed goes away. And unfortunately, I missed some knives, but you know what? I decided, let's go crazy here. We have a maybe nice line of sight. This could be at least 1 instance of damage. I used my main event, I would say a little bit too early. If she went into a locker there, that could have been huge. Yeah, if she hadn't used her head-on and she went into a locker, by the time I was on my cooldown, she could have hit me with it. But luckily, we know that she's exhausted and none of that should happen. Here, we're going to do a little mind game that you can only do with short killers and killers that don't make a lot of noise. A survivor doesn't see you, they second guess themselves, they correct their pathing for a second, and they go down. Little quick reload before I pick up. This is to make sure that I have enough ammo for the next chase and maybe even get a bit of speed. Ooh, corrected my aim there. Unfortunately, I missed knives, so my speed is going back. We're now 1%, and I'm trying to make my mind whether I should injure this girl or just keep the speed and pick up Meg. The thing is, this girl has been hooked before, so I'm now of the firm opinion that I should absolutely injure her at least. Now we have 1%, which is going to go on top of the 18% that Agitation gives us for a total of 19%. And look how fast we are. Wow. Flashlight attempt here. I don't know exactly what was the idea. I see if I can bait a hit, but nothing really comes out of it. That's completely fine. Notice that they finish a few generators, so now Cool the Grass is online. I have a big lunge. Am I gonna use it? I decided not to do it on the corner. And honestly, that was the right call because Fengmin had Ted hard. And unfortunately, she tried to use it there, but boom! This is why Cool the Grass is really, really good in this build. Now, I imagine that Quentin is desperately trying to get the unhook, and I pick up this girl first because I know that there's a hook right here and I can still get Fong. I want to give them the chance to at least get back to see if they can play something, so I can maybe wait for Starstruck to be over and then use it on someone else. My idea is to use it as many times as possible. You can see in the cooldown. Now, unfortunately, I missed my second knife there, so I lose that. I'm trying to bait head on. Nothing really happens. Starstruck is on cooldown, but it will be off cooldown soon. In fact, it will be off cooldown right now, which means that if Quentin now messes up, he's going down yet again. And that was the idea behind waiting. Waiting also makes Thrill and Tremors go off cooldown, which keeps blocking gens, so even if they want to be a bit efficient, it would become harder and harder. We throw knives here that we know are very, very safe. I tried to do a similar mind game as before. Unfortunately, it didn't work out because he just used life, I think, to get away. And lastly, we miss a knife there, which made us lose that. But now we're back on the Coup de Grace train, and boom. This is just so unexpected. The spectators really, really love this moment.
Okay, now.
Ooh, and Starstruck coming in crazy.
That was disgusting.
So Meg goes on the hook, and we are doing great. It seems like their momentum is never really getting off, other than a few good plays here and there. They are constantly trying to be in recovery mode. They're losing health states far too quickly. I find these two girls here, and obviously going for Fong would be the better idea if we wanted to kill her, but I decide, you know what? We have main event coming up. Let's try to use her on Laurie. She's not in such a good spot. And we're gonna see that she actually did a really formidable job trying to dodge this, but just look at how long this main event lasts. This was actually so close to downing her. I'm not too sure, but I think the combo feature might have played a part in how long that was, and I tried to do a little 360 there before doing the final blade. I pick up against a corner to hopefully reduce the chances of anyone going for a flashlight or any other kind of save, and it seems I am successful. I also apply Starstruck to both of these girls again, and I try to bait something, ultimately nothing. Fengmin is now the clear choice. She's hit with Starstruck and she's dead on hook. She's also going to a part of the map that we've been to before and doesn't seem particularly troublesome. Here's the extra 1% speed that might make a difference. And yeah, this is just... Honestly, pre-dropping here might have been the play. I'm not too sure how safe it is to play that when the killer has cool and it's constantly messing with you. Keep in mind, the Trickster Stare Radius is also a little bit deceiving at times. We're going to be looking into hitting a knife or two to become a little faster. I think I was happy here with one.
Of course.
Ooh, I was a little greedy after all.
Stay in sight.
Yeah, there we see the life again on Quentin that he used earlier. And honestly, if the survivors had a moment to really take control back of this match, it was very, very soon. This might seem a little stupid, but what this Quentin did, he set up a blast mine here. Forgive me, a wiretap here to see my aura, but it was a little bit too transparent. He did it right in front of me, so I just saw him. And I decided to kick it and get rid of that. Otherwise, he could maybe, or maybe a teammate later, could use that aura to make my mind games in this TL really difficult. I really tried hard to make this work, but honestly, Quentin was really patient there. And here, I think I'm getting a little bit too carried away. I am trying to go for things that I know are not gonna work. And in the end, what I need to do is just down this Quentin and stop doing stupid things. But it is at this moment where they pulled off something really funny.
I can't believe how sneaky.
Got him.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I would have put money that she was in there.
That was just a great save from them. I honestly, had I paid attention to all the clues, I could have maybe seen it coming. But honestly, you know what? We'll take it. At the end of the day, even though it was a save, I still picked up, which still applied Starstruck, and I used my final coup stack to get another instant down. Quentin here makes a mistake. I don't know what he was thinking, but I do have agitation, and after he runs into a corner slightly, he goes down. And this is just really, really bad. Now, Laurie's not affected by Starstruck anymore. The timer for it is already gone. but it's down to them too, and they have to create some kind of miracle. There is a little trick that you can do with a locker, and I think that's maybe what they were looking into, but yeah. I don't know if you saw what happened there, but Laurie tried to get into the locker and then come out at the perfect time, and then when I accidentally picked it up Quentin, she would have dropped the firecracker, but she had the perk Deception. And if you have the perk Deception, you cannot quickly get into a locker unless it is on cooldown. And it led to this really funny situation where we had a bit of a standoff. After this moment, it was mostly just a little bit of cleanup and ending the match. Overall, I didn't really do anything that impressive, but sometimes the best builds for a tournament like this are not the ones that make you show off the most, it's the ones that shut down the opponents the most. But either way, GG's to my opponents. I think going against this build is generally not that fun. For my final match in this tournament, I was really conflicted and a little bit nervous. I had to pick something good enough to deal with this insane team of survivors. I had seen their performance in previous rounds, and I'm not gonna lie, I was terrified. These guys were insane. They were constantly pulling off stunts to shut down anything that the killer tried to do. Their altruistic plays were super risky, but somehow always successful, and I knew that any normal killer build would probably fail against them. I had to go for something so unique, so out of left field, that even survivors like this will be caught off guard. And dare I say, I think I succeeded. I picked a build so stupid, so silly, that I think it's my favorite in this whole video. And if you're gonna try any of them, let it be this one. It was on the Houndmaster, which again was played on the Call Tower 2. This is a killer that is really buggy and really inconsistent, but I decided to play her because she has some really nasty tricks up her sleeve. And the main one that we would exploit is play with your food. This is the one perk from Myers that gives you a stack of haste each time you abandon chase with your obsession. And on an average killer, this perk is simply not worth running. You have to find your obsession and then leave them, which is already a huge waste of time. And then you get a stack that makes you faster, but the moment you hit anyone, you immediately lose it and you're back to the beginning. But here's the thing that many people don't know. The Houndmaster has a special way of using this perk. If you chase your obsession and catch them with your dog, you can actually just sit in front of them for a few seconds, and eventually the game will end the chase. The game believes that you're not in chase because there's no one running in front of you, allowing you to get another stack of play food and actually farm them as you go. And if we were to pair this with an insta-down perk, we can make each stack really count. My choice of insta-down was Hubris. It is a perk from the night that allows you to insta-down any survivor that stuns you. That includes pallet stuns, head-on, and even flashlight rescues, something that this team would certainly be looking to try. And now that we know that we're trying to get stunned, we can go even further and bring the perk Nemesis. This perk also triggers when you get stunned and when you get flashlighted, and it makes anyone that does that become the next obsession, making it easier to get play with your food stacks. It also makes them oblivious and shows you their aura for a very long time, which we can make even longer if we pair it with Lethal Pursuer, which will also show me the auras of everyone at the start. And at that point, it becomes a really good idea to run the iridescent add-on Wheel Handle. This makes us stealthy anytime we send the dog out, and we could use it at the start of the game to sneak up on survivors, maybe even get a grab out of a gen. That is the plan. And to tie this build together, we would also be using her other iridescent add-on, the Torn Novel. This one shows you the aura of survivors while you're controlling your dog, and because it lingers for so long thanks to Lethal Pursuer, we can use him to set up some crazy reads and perform mind games that would otherwise be impossible. With this, we had everything we needed. Now it came down to the execution. So at the start of the match, my mission is to send my dog out somewhere far away from where survivor spawns. We're gonna see them with Lethal Pursuer, and then try to approach them undetected, see if I can get a grab or a free hit. Unfortunately for me, it seems like the space that I have to cover is so open wide that I was fairly sure that no matter what, at least one of the survivors would see me. I decided to go for this one and try to use this little line of sight blocker. I did not in the end get a massive surprise on them, but it was good enough to get a free hit and zone this arena into a not so favorable loop. I send my dog out, she dodges it, but in doing so loses too much distance, and she would have gone down no matter where she went from there. A really quick down, getting a hook now and establishing a really good tempo would be priority, but Bill is gonna come here to give me a hit. We will explain why he's doing this later, but let's remember that. The most important thing right now is to show everyone that we don't care about winning. We just wanna make everyone happy.
Okay, see, now you're cheating. You got a dog.
And yeah, judging from the reaction, I think it worked. There, I sent out my dog, and unfortunately the dog just bugged out and didn't work. Luckily, the second time I sent him, it did work. This is one of those bugs that I was telling you about earlier. We just got the play with your foot second stack, as I explained earlier, and the build is working out. I say no, no, no to the Zhui. She vaults a window, and that results in a bite. If the dog cannot grab you during animation, you just take damage. And I get to pick my bill, and I am now happy to go to a hook. It is possible I should have gone elsewhere, but looking at the hooks in the distance, knowing how they could take hits, I think this was my safest choice. I'm gonna spend a few seconds figuring out what exactly is going on. Tap and Zarina are next to each other. No one's on gens. They just got a heal. Am I going to be able to find Yui? Well, my dog gives me heartbeat, so I figured that she's by Shaq. And Shaq with the skiller can be a little dangerous. I try to use my undetectable to see if she'll walk by the door so I can ambush her, but she actually played this very cautious. I do a little mind game here that is a little bit difficult to understand from my point of view. It ultimately gives me the hit, and I'm going to show you what it looks like from the survivor's point of view.
Let's see what Miss Yumi's up to. This is a little scary, I think. Oh my god! Oh,
Dang!
the mind game! The mind game! The mind game!
Yes,
Yeah, she does.
Ultimately, mind games like that do not work if the survivor has perfect pathing and perfect positioning at their check spots, but I'm glad I tried it because it really allowed me to bring back the momentum. I'm going to try to hook in the middle, see if I can spot Bill, maybe get more play with your foot, or create a new obsession. I am now searching for Bill, trying to remember where I put him, but I'm also looking for opportunities to catch someone else off guard with my lack of terror radius. Someone definitely sneaked by, but I couldn't quite find him right away. Scratch marks here were a little bit deceiving. And this is going to be a chase that ultimately I have to leave. Excellent play from the tap here, by the way. I have absolutely no idea how they did this. I tried a similar mind game, but this tap is just on point. I am going to give up on them really, really quickly. It would have been a good idea to get stunned here, by the way. Instead, I assume he would drop the pallet, and he understands the counterplay. The counterplay when the dog master has her power held is to just not drop it. And then if you wait and she sends the dog out, you can just stun the dog, and it's super, super easy. You're gonna notice that I keep sending my dog out to try to catch them off guard. It didn't really quite work yet, but we find Yui, who would be on her second hook, and she's in a TL, which is a little dangerous to play. It doesn't seem like she makes the best decision here and ultimately takes a hit, and she doesn't make enough distance to make it to Shaq and has to play the style, which against this killer is quite dangerous. Here, I'm gonna put her between a rock and a bitey plays, and ultimately, she was fearing the dog, and I just took the hit. Bill here wants to get the flashy save, and I say, yes, take it. All yours, my friend. This is a trap, however. I get a play with your foot stack right as he stuns me, and because this is a flashlight rescue, it is a stun, and it gives me hubris, and now he's insta-downable, and I send my dog out, and...
Bang!
Nice. Very nice. Very nice. That's going to be a hit, 100%. And exposed as well. It was all bait. It was all bait, chat. Extra chum for you after.
Now, unfortunately, I didn't get a second play with your foot stack before I could get it because Chase never started. Zarina here is going to give me a hit, and I'm not too sure why. It's possible she might have tried to prevent me from getting this hook, but I was comfortably going to make it anyway. She does have some perks that activate when injured, so maybe she was looking to do that. Either way, she has perfectly good means to heal herself. I am once again trying to send my dog out to catch him off guard, approach him from an unusual angle, although I'm not too sure this was a good idea. Ultimately, they just got the gen done. And my stealth, I'm not too sure did much here. Once again, we are chasing Tap. I'm going to send my dog, and we miss. Had I caught Zarina there, it wouldn't have been as good as it looked, because Tap could have easily helped her, but it would have made the next hit a little bit easier for sure. Here, we're going to send out Tap to make sure that he's busy. And I honestly tried to do a simple mind game on Zarina that just didn't work. Zarina here played really, really well, so I had to be happy just hitting him. And what I'm going to do for the next couple seconds is just pretend to go elsewhere, search command, and then go back to Tap, catch him off guard. And here, I'm about to make a mistake, and then I'm going to follow it up with a really tricky mind game. Let's see it from their point of view.
He knows. Okay, he knows. He knows. Very nice. Big mind games on the pallet. Yeah, yeah. If you
going back here, we obviously missed an attack that could have been a down. I think the reason why is because I underestimated the speed at which he would accelerate. He did have one perk to be faster. And as you can see, using the undetectable, I actually went all the other way around, which is such a stupid, silly tactic, but it does work. This is something that you can sometimes pull off even against really, really good survivors because it's just so unexpected. My dog will come back to me shortly and I will no longer be undetectable. This is the first hook on David Tap. Let's remember that. We're just giving him some nutters. And in these in-between moments, I sometimes struggle a little bit to find people. I'm trying to minimize the risk of boons. This is a speed boon, by the way, a haste boon. It was making Tap 3% faster. Luckily, my own speed was more than enough to make up for it. And I honestly somewhat struggle to find a natural next chase. I do not want to lose my momentum. That gen over there did have someone that I didn't know about. This is where I should have gone. But struggling to find anyone, I decided to go back with my undetectable. And it was just a little bit too late. Survivors just heal on the hook. They were very, very bold. And these two players, by the way, they have perks to make each other faster as well. They have teamwork. Power of 2, and they played this excellent. It's so difficult to play with a teammate and not be super clumsy, but they played pretty damn excellent. They kidnapped my dog here for some reason. This was a little funny. And ultimately, my dog got stuck there, didn't vault. They played this super well. I knew that if I went for Tap right here, I could get a hit, sure, but this could be really, really bad. I do not want to chase them. My goal is the Zarina, ideally. Luckily, I managed to get hit on both. This is something that is super easy to do with this killer. And here we're going to do a 50-50. From my point of view, it's a little bit difficult to know what's going on. But basically, I was trying to get her on the right side. Let's see it from their point of view.
Zarina just going to take a hit. They're staying close together, but not close enough. They did lose that bond.
Oh, dang.
So the idea there, obviously, is to force them into dropping the pallet from one side or be on the wrong side of it when I attack them. Unfortunately, they became my obsession, which was not ideal because I cannot really farm anything from them. But that is completely fine. We can always create a new one. I was a little bit tempted to go for Tap, not knowing exactly where the other guys were. So I sent my dog out to see if we could scout something. And I'm now riding the trail of my dog to go faster. I do see someone else, and now we learn that a gen in distance has been done. I'm undetectable. I'm hoping to catch him off guard, but these survivors, they're just not stupid at all. This is a very similar loop to what we saw earlier, close to main, and it is something that you can play, but honestly, this Tap is obviously on a different league. He is very patient and knows exactly what to do. We did manage, however, to get him to stun us, and I can now stack flavoury fruits. This was a bit unfortunate on my part. He did not panic on that pallet. He could have easily vaulted, and with the extra speed, I probably would have gotten him. And there I got him, but now we have given Bill a second protection hit, which means that if I give him one more, he will have basically free health state. This is bad. We don't want that Bill to get another one if possible. Here, I decide to break this wall and send my dog out. Take a little shortcut if possible. Zarina comes here to take a hit, and another bug occurs that I honestly can't even begin to explain. That was really weird. It would have been really nice to maybe ignore her and run past her, but it was weird. I send out my dog to be stealthy, trying to catch these two boys off guard. It seems to work to a degree, but I'm gonna need my dog back. In the meantime, we can kick this blue gen, not give them any more speed. I want to go for Bill. I don't want him to get 3 stacks. I know where everybody is. I know that with my massive 2 stacks of bloated food, I'm going to down him. And here, I also know that they're going to go for the rescue. And I also know that Tap is there. But, you know, I decided, you know what? Let's hope they don't get it. These people, however, are extremely clean, as I told you earlier, and they do get it. Even though we neutralized one of the survivors, the other one had background player, just made it there just in time, got it really easy. We do want to kill Bill before he has a chance to take another protection hit, or this could get hard. Luckily, we managed to kill him right before they can do anything. Zarina Kassir is healthy. She has reactive healing and a bunch of other healing aid items and perks to get herself healthy. And Yuri here tries to do a little flashbang that ultimately helps me because it does turn her into the obsession, gives me auto read on her. I would have probably lost her was it not for Nemesis showing me her aura for a total of 10 seconds, which is huge. And what I'm going to do here is I'm probably going to try to lose chase or use the trick. Unfortunately, my dog gets stuck on nothing and he turns into a puff of smoke. That unfortunately is just the Handmaster the way she is right now. And I would have maybe like to hit him and get another stack, but I think stacks are not as important as I did think he was coming into me. I do not think stacks are as important. From what I learned in the Unknown game, it's definitely better to just get the downs and shut them down. And I decided to neutralize tap with the dog and just go. Now here, I definitely miscalculated though. I miscalculated. It is so obvious at this point that I'm not gonna make it to this hook. Even if I had, he would have sabotaged, and he did a really fun little what's it called, moonwalk. But don't worry, we're gonna hit him. We're gonna hit him with something else. We are once again in the style that is really dangerous if you don't drop the pallet early. I send the dog and a little flick and gets him, and I'm now gonna hit him with a moonwalk of my own.
Why I love Yui. And tap is gonna go down. Oh.
Yeah, I think. Oh, dang.
That's a new one. Oh my god.
So tap is now on his second hook. These two girls have a little bit of time to recuperate. Thankfully, Bill is out of the picture. We're at 1 gen left somehow, by the way, through all of this. Even though they've been very altruistic, they have found time to do 4 gens, and they will try to do the last one. We're trying to use stealth to find them, but ultimately, I honestly have really struggled with this part of my build. They get the end hook, and I don't want to be the guy that just goes back, but honestly, there's just not that many survivors left, so that's exactly what we're gonna do. We find Yui again on top of main building, and unfortunately, stealth just doesn't work out for tap here. This is a bit unfortunate. This is the one time they hit really well. Now, I wanted to get my dog to come to me and do a little pet, but unfortunately, it just didn't work. It just did not work. I've tried to practice this a million times, and I know how to do it. I just didn't want to kill him because it felt a little mean, but I ended up just deciding to leave him on the ground. I don't know what was happening. Let's go for Yui, go for somebody else. We send the dog out to ride the trail and maybe get a little faster. And that was very successful in giving us a free hit. This Yui is in a bit of a bad spot. We've opened this, so we see perfectly where she is. And this next sequence is going to be a little bit interesting. We're going to see that even though they pick up tap, they're all going to come and get involved. Here is the auto reading add-on helping us quite a bit. And I get a play with your food stack for my trouble. And I'm going to send my dog one direction and then go the other. And unfortunately, I miss. But I am fast enough, and she has gone out of her way enough that this makes enough difference. That play with your food, probably quite important there. I'm not sure I would have made it without it. So here we're going to pick up. And we're going to see that the other two teammates are going to be quite involved. They're already healthy. And I'm going to make a decision here that's going to be a little bit ill-advised, but it's going to work out. They go for the immediate save, as you can see. And I go for tap once again. I get him, but I want to do something funny. So instead of hitting him, obviously I can't hit her. She's not available. I just go for the pallet break. And I want to make sure I chase her to get another play with food if possible, maybe get a grab if possible. But yeah, she's gonna eventually go down here without giving me a play with food stack again. And we actually got a pretty good deal here. He avoided the dog, but ended up taking a hit. Tried to do some kind of FOB tech there or spin me, which didn't work. And here's the crazy part. He gets stuck. He gets caught. I should be going for him right now, but unfortunately, I decided to try my luck at Mind Game in Zarina, which just did not work at all. She was just perfect there.
Okay. Looks like we're going to get rid of Snug in time, which is great. Zarina's at this loop. Playing that so well, by the way.
But this allowed me to distract tap and do this.
Oh, shut up.
Dang.
Shut up. That was so good. Is there a pallet there? Dang.
With tap down and...
Shut up.
Dang.
Oh, shut up.
Dang.
Shut up. That was so good. Is there a pallet there? Dang.
With tap down and absolutely out because this was her third hook, it was now down to the two girls, Yui and Zarina. And honestly, even though this game was now being pretty much wrapped up, it was still some interesting chases. Keep in mind, these two survivors have very interesting perks that make them really speedy. Once again, I honestly think their momentum and how fast they move threw me off because I absolutely whiffed an attack there. Here, I'm going to try to do a little dog slide that ends up getting one of them, and I decided to get my ability food and go for the other one. Ooh, but it whiffs. Keep in mind, if they had normal movement speed, it could have worked. Another silly moment near a logger, and I catch Zarina, and we get her. And just like that, we wrap up this match. Honestly, these survivors did incredible. They got a really, really good score, but I was also very, very happy with mine. Unfortunately, this wasn't enough for me to proceed to the next round. My survivors had to play against their killer, and when all the scores were put together, our team lost by 0.1. And well, you can't really be mad about that. That is a good result for both teams. And ultimately, this was a tournament for fun where we raised money for really good causes across 3 different charities. The organizers, the caster, the staff, the participants, everyone was lovely. That is why I genuinely think this might have been one of the best tournaments in DVD history. I hope that you'll check out Mish and see some of the content from her POV as well. Thank you so much for watching. And if you want to see more content of this type, let me know, because it helps to hear what you guys want to watch. See ya.
What's up, everybody? This is the React Man here, and today we're watching a video called Big Streamers Just Don't Get Battlefield. Now, I saw this pop up on my recommended. It has gotten almost 600,000 views in 2 days, and it's by a buddy of mine named Kingard. I have actually asked him for permission to react to it. He told me to go fuck myself. No, I'm kidding. He said it was cool. But this reminded me of a video I did a few years back called Call of Duty Streamers Don't Understand Halo, and it just made me very curious. So we're gonna take a look at this video. Go subscribe to Kingard if you haven't already. He makes great content. I'll put a link to his channel in the description and pinned comment, as well as this video. And with that, let's get to acting. Let's get to reacting.
Today represents a dark day in our history. With this monstrous, unprovoked attack, no country is safe from their reach.
So how are you gonna look at me and tell me, oh, battle royales are overdone? That comment pisses me off. It really does, man.
And we're back. We're back to the battle royale. We're back talking about battle royales again. Oh my goodness, that's a great edit.
And when people are like, we don't need battle royale.
How does anyone live in this forsaken?
But I don't think that that's the sauce of this game. Battle royale for this would be fire.
Oh my god. Oh, Battlefield 2042 had a battle royale, and everybody hated it, and nobody played it. This can't be real. These clips gotta be like super old. These can't be recent. No way.
It needs a good progression, reasons to log in daily. It needs battle pass for sure, and rank game mode.
I don't remember asking you a goddamn thing.
Jesus, man. That's like the first time I've ever heard someone unironically say, this game needs a battle pass. Reasons to keep logging in. The reason to log in is that the game is fun. Look, it's a modern military shooter. We can't go balls to the walls with like cosmetics and unlockables. I'm sure there's gonna be some stuff. We can't have like sexy skins like you see in Marvel Rivals, right? It's just a completely different art style. This game gotta keep players coming back because the game is fun and new content is being added.
Several of the world's top streamers have voiced their criticisms of the Battlefield 6 beta, and I feel like I've stepped into a time machine with how outdated some of these takes are.
So what do you mean the newer game mode that has come into gaming, the Battle Royale, is overdone? How is that possible?
What? That's not a... No way is this a real recent clip of Tim the Tatman. I like that guy, by the way. I got nothing against him or Nick Merckx, but man, this is bringing me back. This is bringing me back. This is like the spiritual successor to my Call of Duty streamers don't understand Halo, because it was the same thing. It was the same thing with Halo Infinite. And it was like, no, guys, please, just let this game be its own thing. Let it cater to the strengths of its IP and its identity. Let Battlefield be Battlefield.
Talking about the ones that seem to have, we'll just say, favorite type of game. Rest assured, while we are about to tear into some dog water takes, that doesn't mean that I don't respect any of these streamers for the channels they built or...
The Dead Rising music is... It works in every video. If you need background music, just throw in Dead Rising while music. Works every single time.
Or that I hate them all or whatever. I know these people love gaming, but the role gaming plays in their professional lives seems to have completely skewed the way they view video games. And if EA and Battlefield Studios bow the knee to these kinds of streamer demands, I think Battlefield 6 as we know it will be doomed to join the ranks of other corpses paraded around like puppets pretending to be series we used to love.
Absolutely. I mean, it was the same thing with Halo Infinite. Like, it's not that these guys are wrong. It's just that is not what the priority should be with Battlefield. Especially right now. 9 maps at launch. 4 of them are pretty dang small. Yeah, this is the thing. It's not that they're wrong that, oh, a Battle Royale would be cool. I mean, they tried that in 2042. Nobody gave a shit. Still, it's like, yeah, that would be nice to have this mode in this game, but it should be nowhere near the list of the top priorities, like the top 50 or 100 things the game has to do right. Get everything else right, then sure, come up with a fucking Battle Royale. People want to play that. I don't want to play a Battlefield Battle Royale. There's already so many other games out there. What I want is just Operations again. Fuck Battle Royale, man. Operations is from Battlefield 1 is better than a BR.
So what are these big streamers saying that tells me they just don't get Battlefield? Let's get into it.
The King Nerd, there he is.
You show me a COD streamer finally trying a different game, and I'll show you someone who spouts Battle Royale like it's a nervous tick.
You like it? I do. I think the VR is like if I come back and play it, I think I'm gonna play that a lot more than I play this.
Overall thoughts on the game? I'm having a blast.
There's a lot of jokes I could make. I'll bite my tongue.
And I think ultimately too, it's getting us excited for what potentially Battle Royale could be for this game.
Same shit, different day.
This is the true face of heresy.
Battle Royale, Battle Royale, Battle Royale.
Battle Royale, BR.
Battle Royale, Battle Royale.
I'm excited for the Battle Royale.
I mean,
the game itself, not the BR. I think I'm into a little bit of it, like the TDM. Maybe we can play it for a couple days.
TDM, dog. It ain't. Battlefield doesn't have TDM. It has objective modes. Oh, this hurts. This hurts to watch. I'm not even a super huge Battlefield fan. I just fucking love 1. I got probably 200, 300 hours in Battlefield 1 and a grand total of like 4 or 5 across all the other Battlefield games.
I'm gonna be honest, I almost checked out when he said he wants to play team deathmatch in a Battlefield game, but let's hear some more.
Yep.
I like TDM and the domination thing, so a little bit more.
Oh, dog, it's Conquest, man. Conquest. What are these guys doing, man? Call of Duty does rot the brain. I need to stop playing that. I need to stop playing it.
So if you're a Call of Duty guy, you're definitely gonna like the fact that like you're all really tight in a little fast.
Okay, that is somewhat important. If you're a Call of Duty guy, you're gonna like this. As I have seen on the Battlefield subreddit, it is quite mixed. The game is fun, but there are a lot of people, Battlefield fans especially, complaining that it's too similar to Call of Duty. It's appealing to that TikTok, ADHD, Twitch shooter vibe, and there's not much tactics, strategy, or downtime left.
I know you don't play it then. I'll play the BR.
Sure, Nick.
What is that?
A BR as one of many modes would be fine, but we all know that's not how this works. And he should know, he regularly plays one of gaming's best examples of a battle royale sucking up development resources and alienating the fan base of one of the most popular series in the world.
Let him cook, let him preach, let him spit straight facts. That is so true. And even when you think about Halo Infinite, that mode where it was last Spartan standing, and they ended up taking it down like 6 months later, there was a variety of reasons why not enough people played it and why they got rid of it. But it's just the idea that what people buy into for a Battlefield or a Halo game, they need to get that first and foremost. And then any additional bullshit, sure, Battle Royale, you want to do that once the game has like 15, 20 maps, bunch of different weapons, and is more or less complete, sure, do a Battle Royale after that, maybe in 2-3 years. Honestly, I just feel like everything else Battlefield does is vastly more interesting and entertaining than a Battle Royale, because you have that large scale all-out warfare, and guess what, you can respawn.
New COD games serve as little more than invitations to come play Warzone these days. Titanfall 3 was canceled to focus on Apex, and Splitgate 2 could have had far more going for it if it didn't put all of its eggs into the basket of a subpar BR reveal.
Let them cook. Just keep letting them cook.
A BR that's just passable doesn't fly in today's market, and
it was Battlefield 5 that had the Battle Royale, and nobody really gave a shit about that.
It's Royale.
Here's the thing, for every successful BR mode, there's like 10 that just fall flat on their ass. There's already enough good Battle Royale games that if these guys want to keep playing those, go for it. Probably played the shit out of them so much, and they want to be able to stream the type of game that brought them the audience they have in the first place. That's really what I think it boils down to. Not that these guys are like massive pieces of shit, you know, for voicing their opinion on the internet. I think it's important to understand where they're coming from and why they're wrong.
I think Battlefield Studios knows this. That would be why they're using different studios to tag team different sides of Battlefield 6, including...
I thought he was making a mistake when he said Battlefield Studios. I did not realize they actually like created a collaborative brand. I just always thought it would be DICE, but interesting.
The not technically announced but obviously still incoming Battle Royale mode. But even then, do we really think EA will actually allow equal funding to updating Rush as they will their Battle Royale post-launch?
Nope. Nope. Absolutely not. No fucking way. In fact, I saw something on the Battlefield subreddit that said, that Battlefield 4 launched with like 10 maps, and within a year it had added almost 20. Now granted, much of that was paid DLC, but if you're talking about a new Battlefield game and you say, oh yeah, there's 20 maps, yeah, I'll keep playing that shit. As stupid as the microtransactions were in Battlefield 1, like, hopefully it helped fund a lot of the post-launch support, and it was all just more of what I wanted. I want more of what I want. That thing I like, Conquest, Operations, Rush, give me more please, let me keep consuming.
The modern gaming evidence says no. If they do, great, but I doubt it. Which a BR focus might not be the end of the world if it stayed true to Battlefield's core in fairy tale land, but I don't see how it'd be possible to mix Battlefield's identity of a large-scale, casual, rock-paper-scissors, class-based combat with a hyper-competitive, limited-life mode like a Battle Royale and still be able to please everyone.
Yeah, I don't think they'd be able to. Honestly, it would just turn into Call of Duty. It would just turn into Warzone, because the whole concept, I mean, you could have classes in a Battle Royale, but isn't the whole point like even starts? At least when you spawn in, then you find all the stuff. I mean, that takes a lot of effort too, to not only create the map, but just the mechanisms and the game mode itself.
So we need traditional modes to stay prioritized to retain what Battlefield is.
I see
Absolutely.
people talking about like, Battlefield doesn't need to be all right.
Sans guide.
Can you guys just let us have one that like BRs? Like,
No, Tim, no. Maybe in 2-3 years. How about this? We get 15, 20 maps. We get maybe 20, 30 more weapons. Then we could talk about a Battle Royale. How about that? 15, 20 total maps. Make sure the maps are fucking good, right? And that they're not just tiny little cluster fucks. Just let you have one, dog. You got Fortnite, you got Warzone, and apparently people still play PUBG. I literally see nobody talk about PUBG or play it at all, but it's still hitting pretty solid numbers on Steam charts. You guys have battle royales. You get fucking Fall Guys. You get Tetris, man.
I mean, dude.
Can we let you have one? Can we let you have one?
Don't you turn against me?
I don't know you anymore.
You guys already got one series to bend the knee. It's movement, it's sweat, it's tailor-made for you and your audience.
Yep.
Instead of demanding Battlefield be more like COD, just go play COD.
No. No, every first-person shooter has to cater to my specific needs. I'm the streamer. I'm a YouTuber, okay? No, this game needs to have the things that I want.
Battlefield's gonna get another battle royale, but as far as games that don't feel like they have to focus on one, could you just let us have one?
Please, Tim. Thank you. Like your hat, by the way.
But why this obsession with battle royales from streamers? Why do they insist on new FPS titles always having one? Well, the answer is less about you and more about them. How about we let Tim explain?
Streamers and sweats for video games. Like, we tanked everything?
Yes.
There is some sort of, is there a word for it, like being an elitist?
Yeah, it's a word, but I think purist is more so what you're about to go for here.
Yeah, I mean, when you establish yourself as a sort of high-octane, high-risk, high-reward type of streamer in the Battle Royale format, naturally, what people are going to watch from you is high stakes. They want to see those moments where you come through with the clutch win and get the victory royale. They also want to see you fucking fall apart and fail to get the W. But you don't have that same sort of stakes or intensity in a 32v32 conquest mode. What they're asking for is kind of selfish.
There are people in gaming that play a game like Battlefield, or let's throw Halo in this bundle here.
Don't. We've been through this.
That only want the game they love to make the one thing that they love. Are you guys following what I'm saying here?
Yeah, I follow. You're saying a Battlefield fan wants more of what made them a Battlefield fan.
Halo doesn't need the Battle Royale because I love playing the multiplayer. Correct!
Halo Infinite needed a lot more.
Battlefield doesn't need the Battle Royale.
True.
Because I love playing the multiplayer.
Oh, now I get it. He's reducing the Battlefield formula developed over 20 years and 13 plus games down to just the selfish preferences of some guy he's arguing with in his chat. Because arguing with one hypothetical person's preferences is way easier than telling an entire fan base to step aside and let the COD streamer tell us what Battlefield really needs.
I think this is symptomatic of the issue that some streamers and content creators can get themselves into, thinking they're way more important than they actually are. I think it's pretty safe and objective to say that first and foremost, Battlefield 6 needs to cater to Battlefield fans. It needs bigger maps, it needs more vehicles, more levolution, wider areas, and it needs to fulfill that idea, that promise of all-out warfare. As much as it hurts for me to say Battlefield 6 doesn't need operations, it doesn't. It needs all the core important stuff. Operations is just my fucking jam. Like, if operations was a guy, I would suck his dick right now.
What? Why does Battlefield need another BR, Tim? Let's hear it.
For someone like me, I love playing Battle Royales.
Because you love playing them. Now, why should Tim's
It does seem selfish to be like, well, this is what I like, even though it's not really a core part of the franchise's identity. In fact, it's the one time they tried it, fucking sucked. So, you know, logically, maybe let's not try that again and try everything else first. And if we got some extra money and time and people want to do it, let's do the Battle Royale. I can at least understand the perspective, or like someone who's making a video that's like, and here's how I would make a Battle Royale for Battlefield 6. I'm saying battle a lot in this video, but you know what I mean?
Preference for a BR have any more merit than the rest of us? He's either ironically being the elitist he's attempting to speak against, or he's saying that his preference should be held to equal value as the Battlefield purists. Doesn't really matter because both of those would be wrong. I love horror games, Tim. Doesn't mean other people are elitist if they tell me no to GTA 6 having a horror game mode. Come on, Tim, there's more to this. Tell us why you really want a Battle Royale that's not Warzone to play.
And on on top of that, it's how I make a lot of my content.
You don't say. No wonder he wants a battle royale. I mean, but also it's like, dude, there's so many first-person shooters out there and even third-person shooters. Like, I just can't understand feeling so limited. Like, when you play so many different first-person shooter games, like, I've never felt limited to battle royales. You know what I mean? Like, branch out, motherfucker.
This is the big disconnect with predominantly BR streamers. Games don't need battle royales to stay relevant with their audience. The streamers need battle royales to stay relevant with their audience.
I feel like I raised this exact point. Halo doesn't need a BR, they do. Time is a flat circle. I am getting deja vu from this video. It's like, the more things change, the more they stay the same.
Or at least they think they do. Most of them are entertaining enough and good at video games. I bet if they branched out more often, they'd be surprised at the results. You see, in the streaming bubble, it can be easy to start conflating.
Yeah, play fucking Counter-Strike. Why not get really good at Counter-Strike, bro? That game's like always at the top of the Steam charts. Why not get good at Counter-Strike? Also, speaking of branching out, we got my boy Darth Microtransaction on frame down there. And look at him. He's typically an ARPG guy, a Diablo fan, Path of Exile chat. He's branching out. Why can't you? Why can't you just stream and have fun and play what you want?
Viewer numbers with player numbers. Obviously, stream views help games get exposure, I'm not arguing that, but stream views is not always an accurate metric for figuring out just how many people are actually playing a game. Look no further than Mario Kart World. It sold over 5 million units in its first month, and reports showed 94% of Switch 2 buyers got a copy of it. It was, by all available metrics, a console-selling success. And how is Mario Kart World doing on Twitch?
Yeah. Well, I mean, again, predominantly, you know, people that are playing Mario Kart World, they're just playing it because it's fun, not because they want to stream it and, you know, become a millionaire through brand deals and ads and subscriptions and all that stuff.
Oh, Battle Royales work really well for streaming. Every new match is like an episode of a
God, I miss Halo. You guys remember Halo?
TV show. There's a whole saga from dropping in, finding loot, close calls, and the final circle. If you pair that with an entertaining streamer, then you've got yourself a good live show for people to watch and engage with. These guys worked hard to create their brands, and a big part of that is managing audience expectations, so I'm not going to knock them for wanting to maintain their numbers.
You can't hate these guys for being successful and wanting more of the thing that makes them successful. You can't. I think it's important to always consider when these guys are saying, oh yeah, I'd like to play this. Like if I were a developer, I would just also think to myself, okay, well, what's most important for Battlefield? That's where I would start. What are the fans? Because at the end of the day, Tim the Tatman,
This well. Great wolf god.
You can use this one, master.
It would not be honorable to slay you.
Obey the master.
How can I advise? I think I'll wait for a...
Speak up, young one. This could be useful. Drink and eat. Do not wander.
death, yet still mine to wield.
Mercs, they're just individual fans. They might speak for a greater audience, but that audience, if they're there for the content creator, is not necessarily indicative of what the Battlefield fan base wants.
If they can accept that Battlefield's identity is different from Call of Duty's and they just want to come enjoy it, then by all means, come on in, the water's fine. No gatekeeping here. But if streamers expect the same kind of authority they have over COD's continued development over here at Battlefield, to that I say, you want a game crafted for a younger live stream audience, eh?
I think you guys want that hospital.
Yeah, Jesus Christ. Oh, just let Battlefield be Battlefield.
The thing I would say to everyone that's saying, oh, Battlefield doesn't need a VR, we don't need a VR.
True.
There's another game that said the same thing. And that game isn't doing that hot, okay? That's all I'm saying.
The willful ignorance one must exhibit to imply Halo Infinite.
He was not talking about dog. No way. No way. Halo Infinite didn't launch with a Slayer playlist. It took like a year and a half to get Forge. It took like 2 years to get campaign co-op. There wasn't mission selected. It was bare bones. And look at his shit-eating grin, man. He's trolling. Tim is trolling the fuck out of me right now, and he knows it. And he knows it.
Failed to keep its launch audience because it didn't have a battle royale is staggering. Are we talking about the same Halo Infinite? The one with so little content it didn't even have a Slayer playlist?
And that is the number one thing you go to when you talk about like missing the mark at launch. I think it's funny that I brought it up first and then so did Kingard, but it's like that really just says it all. There was no team deathmatch, no ability to just play Slayer, like the simplest basic mode.
Launch, the one that backslid in both content and features from the games before it, the game that was competing with MCC, the game which had 0 microtransactions and 6 Halo games worth of content that could all be bought for cheaper than one Halo Infinite skin bundle. The
fucking wild numbers, man. Wild.
A game that took like 3 years of live service CPR to become a still over monetized but decent Halo game. That Halo Infinite? I guess playing Warzone for so long really has given him tunnel vision if his only metric for good game versus bad game is whether or not it has a battle royale. If we're gonna ignore the quality of a game's launch with Tim's logic here, technically Halo Infinite had 2 main battle royales, one official and one made by the Forge Falcons.
Yeah, and so by going by that metric, didn't work out so well. Also, probably because Halo Infinite was already strung together with spaghetti code and just the idea of trying to have 100 players in a lobby in a battle royale mode. With, it didn't even have like Halo 5's rec weapons. Like there weren't cool, badass, overpowered weapons, which you probably would have expected in a battle royale for Halo.
Why didn't you play it on stream more than like once, Tim?
Let's go! This is actually fire.
Where were you and where were the swarms of Battle Royale fans ready to make this game successful? Better yet, why isn't Battlefield 5's Firestorm in its 7th year of prosperous live service? Could it be because Battle Royales are not a guaranteed lifeline regardless of a game's quality?
No. No, of course not. Battle Royales are supposed to be the key to success for every first-person shooter. My mind is blown right now.
keep these Call of Duty guys off this. We don't need a battle royale. We don't need it. I got news for y'all, man. I'm gonna tell you something. This is kind of hot. If this game BF6 flops, that may be it for Battlefield.
We are already leagues ahead of 2042. 2042, you shot at some guy and your bullets just were like, nah, not feeling it. It was like maybe 1 in 5 bullets, if you're dead set on a target, would hit him. And it's Battlefield 6 flops. It's going to be for the same reasons Halo Infinite did, was because it wasn't a game that satisfied its core fan base, the people who are going to support the game forever until the next game comes out. Look at Battlefield 1. That didn't have a battle royale. It came out only a year before PUBG, and yet that one was like the most popular. Maybe we should think about what that game did to become the most popular, best-selling Battlefield title out of the entire franchise. I don't know. But what do I know?
Can we have an honest conversation here?
Yeah.
Yes.
We can have one. You're conflating what you think a game needs to be successful with what you think your channel needs to be successful.
We don't need a BR. Battlefield doesn't need a BR. In my opinion, this may be a hot take. You can hate me or not.
I don't hate you. It's just a disagreement over gaming. If anybody actually hates you over this, they're either too young or too mentally unstable to be on the internet anyway. So
true.
Don't worry about them.
You're kind of gatekeeping the whole game from people that love battle royales.
My brain just really hurts. It really hurts for some reason. Ow. Oh. Ooh.
Tim, have you ever seen Arrowhead's web?
I gotta stop pausing the video, but yeah. A game for everyone is a game for no one. Preach!
I doubt it, since Helldivers 2 isn't a battle royale, and let's not forget how that one went.
Okay, I don't know how I feel about it. Looking at it, if it's a game I would like playing or making content with, comment down below and leave a like on this if you want to see it. I'll consider it.
I'm not playing the game.
The amount of people telling me to play, I swear to God, they're paying people to come to chat.
I go to someone's stream, I had to leave after 2 minutes. You're shooting aliens, man.
What's wrong with that? What do you mean? Helldivers 2 is fucking incredible. Yeah, you're shooting aliens. Look at the bug that explodes. And then you got aliens swooping down on you, trying to take your head off. There's robots and a third faction. You got all these nukes and bombs and mechs. You got the fucking Mantis from Halo in this game. You can call in airstrikes. Who would want to play a game like that? There's no PvP in it. How do these guys not enjoy Helldivers? I think this is what happens as a content creator when your brain becomes too content focused. Like for me, I barely stream. I play most games off stream, right? So I just play the shit that I have fun with. But these guys, R.I.P. Doc, by the way. But these guys, I feel like only play games that they stream and that their audience is interested in. And if they're unsure, then even if they're having fun, maybe they don't know how to have fun without streaming.
I reacted to Jeff playing it, and I was like, dude, I don't know if this is for me. But chat won't shut up about it. I don't know.
A few moments later.
The video popped off. It's my most viewed video in a month. Got the most likes. So, yeah, we're playing Helldivers today.
That wasn't...
Okay. The content creator brain is a wonderful thing. I also think, like, just because something does really, really well doesn't mean you should just keep doing that thing, just keep chasing trends. I don't know. He's right to keep playing it, but for the wrong reasons, if that makes sense. Like, I don't know if it sounds like he's actually having fun with the game. He just enjoys the numbers and the success that his video had.
Necessary. It was just a reminder that big streamers like this tend to rate games from the lens of what makes their content popular, not what makes a game popular. But anyway, the Arrowhead website says, a game for everyone is a game for no one.
You're kind of gatekeeping the whole game from people that love battle royales.
Who is Tim to demand an established series like Battlefield bring in something it's never needed before? What, is it Helldivers 2 all over again? Does he think that what Battlefield is on its own won't be enough to farm content from? Boy, COD licking your boots really did go to your head, didn't it?
Yeah, it might have. Yeah, that's a really good point. They never put a fucking skin of meat in any video game. So if Call of Duty's putting a Tim the Tatman, Nick Merc skin or whatever in Call of Duty, I could see how you would think, oh, I'm someone that deserves to be catered to in my interests, and Look at the stream numbers I get. Don't you want me to keep streaming this game and add a battle royale?
It's this kind of arrogance that puts people off and makes them paranoid that streamers are going to try to use their popularity and their platforms to change Battlefield from what its fans like about it, just like they did with Call of Duty. Higher skill
and
gap,
so many
faster
others.
movement, constantly shifting metas, the stuff that makes for more entertaining content but drives away the casuals.
True, and the thing is, I feel like Battlefield 6 is already catering a little too much to Call of Duty fans. The game is super fast, snappy. So many of the animations feel almost instantaneous. There's never like really any downtime, at least as far as the beta I played, you know, so now it needs to cater to Battlefield fans.
Just a BR mode at one point in time too, and we haven't forgotten about that. I doubt people are gatekeeping you, Tim. I doubt they're saying, we don't even want you to come and play Battlefield. Instead, I bet what they're saying is, we don't want you to come and try to change Battlefield with some of that same influence that helps change Call of Duty. It's not gatekeeping to say you're invited to the party, just don't break anything in the house. You know what?
True.
Forget GTA 6 having a horror game mode, Tim. I like point-and-click story games, and if you don't want COD to put development money and resources towards a point-and-click story game mode, then you're selfish elitist and you're gatekeeping Call of Duty.
Okay, I get the comparison Kingard's going for here, though it is a little off base because I don't think people watch point and click adventures, you know what I mean? To a certain extent, Tim and Nick advocating for a BR, mostly it's them wanting to be able to play the game and share it with their audience, but it is also proof that the Battle Royale mode can bring in large chunks of players. I get what you're saying.
Everyone's talking about Firestorm. I did play Firestorm. In my opinion, didn't hit exactly like it could have been.
Okay, so now we are acknowledging that a game's quality can factor into a game's success when it benefits your argument, I guess.
There were things about Firestorm that kind of irked me from a Battle Royale standpoint that I just didn't love.
Okay, I guess our new rule of thumb is if there's a BR, the game's allowed to be either good or bad, but if there is no BR at all, automatic bad. Battle Royales are really just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to the clash.
Yeah, fighting over a game's identity. Oh boy, here we go.
Between Battlefield's casual identity and the increasingly competitive, retention-based FPS space. Brace yourselves because you're about to see just how much modern gaming has rotted some people's perception of what a game needs to be good.
Modern gaming, classic. I'm fully braced for the brain rot, by the way.
It needs a good progression, reasons to fucking log in daily. It needs battle pass for sure, and rank game modes.
Yes, the guy who successfully monetized.
Has Battlefield ever had a ranked mode? I feel like people don't give a shit about rank in Battlefield. It's just about the massive scale of conflict and warfare. And also just like getting crazy clips. Like I feel like that's the competitive side of Battlefield, is posting those clips that get tens of thousands of likes, the crazy shit where you throw explosives on a mongoose and then explode a plane with it, or you know, any kind of dumb shit like that people love. That's the competitive side. I don't know, correct me in the comments if I'm wrong.
Being chronically online is regurgitating corporate approved drivel like a planted robot. You must keep playing, must buy battle pass, you must play skill based, complete dailies.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Log on.
The guy who got popular based off of being really good at Overwatch wants a competitive mode for a franchise that has never really given a shit about competitive ranked modes.
I'm EA, and I approve this message.
How far has gaming fallen that this is something to actually want out of a new game?
I top fragged the comeback game. I don't even believe what he said. That was crazy.
I sat through enough of him refusing to revive teammates and
oh boy, come on, man.
Objectives to feel confident in saying the following. XQC is not interested in playing a Battlefield game for what Battlefield offers. He's an iPad kid that needs a dopamine hit every 5 seconds or else he'll switch to another app.
Yeah, I'm gonna be able to do. I forgot that Battlefield is just like a corner camping, like prone game, like wait for the game to come to you type thing.
Corner camping? I mean, sure, but that guy was not in a corner. He was holding down an objective. What do you mean camping? There's fucking objectives. You're playing Conquest. That's the whole point. You take the point and then you defend it.
I have no doubt that Battlefield will have the usual retention gimmicks like battle passes and daily challenges, but to say a game has to have that and has to have ranked to keep people invested exposes one of the biggest problems in modern gaming right now. It all points to one thing, one leading factor that used to drive success in gaming. Might I remind you of an ancient, enlightening, once powerful but since forgotten word?
Strike us with the power of your voice.
I knew that was coming. Yeah, just play a game because it's fun. Honestly, like at a certain point, you stopped unlocking things in Battlefield 1, and like I put hundreds of hours into that game. Never completed one of those stupid fucking puzzles. Wasn't gonna pay money to unlock a puzzle piece, like 1/5 of a melee weapon. I didn't give a shit about progression at a certain point. I was playing for the experience.
Wants to make the case that player retention tricks like skill-based matchmaking or login rewards lead to longer play times and more logins. They'd technically be correct. Which is the problem. Psychologically engineered methods to keep people playing to squeeze the live service juice out of a game for as long as possible has taken priority over pure fun, original ideas, or innovative mechanics. XQC argues that Battlefield needs these gimmicks to stay alive. I argue that it's okay for a player base to move on and for a new game to come out. We are not the
Whoa. What? But then how do you make money? Money's not in developing games. It's in the live service. It's in the microtransactions. You see, they used to have to make like 4 brand new maps to get you to spend 15 to 20 bucks. Now they just make some fucking skin. They don't even have to test it. They just make some skin or some bundle. They sell that for 15, 20 bucks. Why on earth would you make new content when you could just make a skin for like 1/1000th of the effort and resources and somehow make more money? Also, the thing about like paid cosmetics that not enough people talk about is how it fucks with other parts of the progression system. Like, I think Marvel Rivals does it really well, where they have enough good cosmetics in like these battle passes or whatever, such that the stuff you could buy in the store doesn't feel like that's the best stuff. Like, you still unlock stuff by playing the game, but when there's an incentive for developers and publishers to monetize the ever-loving fuck out of a game, they often just blatantly ruin the progression system as a result.
The same.
Oh, this I
literally, actually, Battlefield 1 fucking did that. They offered these kits you could buy because you unlocked a couple weapons at like assault class level 1 or 2, and then it took you until level 10 to unlock the next weapon. They literally offered a pay-to-use method for Battlefield 1, and people fucking hated it.
don't like. You should not be able to use 2 primaries in a game like this. You can position yourself to have the perfect weapon in every single scenario, which kind of sucks.
Shroud knows what he's talking about, man. Yeah, shout out this guy.
Limited to shotguns, DMRs, and SMGs. I guess that's better. I don't know. The shotguns are broken.
Shroud never got on a pedestal about how Battlefield wasn't competitive enough, and he seemed to have fun overall, but I still included this clip because I think it gives us a good, candid glimpse into the mindset of a guy who streams mostly competitive games for a living.
Yeah.
I really don't like that. I need to see what it looks like from a live perspective when people do high drops. Oh, God, that's it. Scope Flint? Really? We're doing Scope Flint?
Like with the BR streamers or XQC, the context behind why a streamer has the preferences they do, it's important for counteracting any hive minds that start to pop up. And with these clips from Shroud in particular, I think his background in competitive gaming makes him more likely to criticize anything that offers a competitive disadvantage. Anything that tips the scale too far in one direction, no matter the reason.
Which is helpful in the sense that, yeah, you want the game to be fun, you want certain things to feel powerful, but I mean, compared to the clips of like Tim and Nick, like Shroud, at least I'm taking Shroud serious, you know?
Sniper glint, giving away your position, carrying a second primary so assaults are more equipped to push the front line than any other class. A landing roll that gives you a delay before you can react to what's around you. He's not wrong, these things do have their disadvantages, and he's not demanding everyone else accept his personal criticisms like someone else in this video did, but my point is, making a game as fair and balanced as possible for hyper-competitiveness is just not what Battlefield is. If some sweat is hiding out in a building with a shotgun putting one in my chest every time I walk in the door,
Hello.
You know what I should be able to do on a Battlefield game? level the building.
Yes, yes, just destroy the camping spot. If you hate campers, you should be able to destroy the camping spot. Battlefield has unique solutions to age-old problems. That's where it shines.
Or at least blow out the walls he's using as cover. If some tryhard shows up on Battlefield wanting to slide cancel circles around a 40-year-old father of two, you know what that tryhard sees on Battlefield? The barrel of an M1 Abrams. Battlefield in a nutshell is either you getting blasted by some BS, you blasting your enemies with some BS, all while working with your squad and team to counter whatever the other team's throwing at you. The balance comes in from the classes and vehicles, which is why I still think weapons should be class locked.
Yeah, that would be nice. That would solve a lot of problems.
When it retains its identity, Battlefield is absolutely not balanced in every encounter, and that's by design. Sometimes you're going to turn the corner and see 17 sniper glints like you're at a concert. Bring in the tank. Sometimes the building you're in is going to collapse on your head, and you have no clue why. No worries, a squad mate will get you back on your feet, as long as it's not XQC.
Yeah, you know, you get killed by some bullshit, you have an instant, like, 0.25 second revive animation if someone gets near you. So even if you do die to some bullshit in Battlefield, like that's always been a thing where it's like, oh, but I can just instantly be revived and just get back into the fight. Yeah.
Like with the Battle Royale argument, I don't think you can mix the fundamentals of Battlefield Sandbox with the ultra-focused balance that competitive play needs and be able to make everyone happy. So just stick to what Battlefield is and don't worry about competitive play or arbitrary retention tactics, or just don't make a Battlefield game.
Yeah, if you care about all this shit that most Battlefield fans don't care about, maybe you should be making or playing a different game.
Make something else. It's that simple. It's too early to tell if Battlefield 6 will be great, just a return to form but not exemplary, or bad, but just
I wasn't the only one encountering the fucking seizure-inducing glitches again. I encountered that a few times.
If Battlefield takes too many notes from big streamers who need gaming to cater to their stream views, their attention spans, or their preference for competitive play, this game will be doomed to toss aside the best of the series it's in to become something unrecognizable, like our boy Call of Duty did. Rest in peace. The execution of several...
All right. That's in the chat.
Battlefield games over the years has been inexcusable, don't get me wrong, but the core of the series still stands. Just look at the beta numbers. People are still interested in a good, new Battlefield game that actually feels like a Battlefield game.
And that also feels like a real modern shooter that takes itself seriously and doesn't have a bunch of stupid fucking cartoon video game character skins in it, you know? I mean, this is a video game, but it's supposed to feel like a Battlefield. They didn't have these dumb skins in one, and you know, that seemed to work out all right.
These aren't stream numbers you're looking at. These are player numbers. People who actually put their hands on the game. Battlefield 6 can have what it takes to put the series back on track. Just let it be Battlefield. If you want to see my take on EA's strategy to win back the trust they lost with the last few Battlefield games, click this video right here. Thank you, members and patrons, and as always, thanks for watching. Carry on, you kings.
That was good. That was a solid video. Well done, Kinger. Well done. Yeah. I'll put a link to his video in the description and pinned comment. Overall, I think it's funny that I don't know how many years after I did that Call of Duty streamer video that this conversation is still going on. What I liked most about this video is that he took perspectives from a variety of different streamers, even though Tim and Nick are pretty similar in what they cover. He also had XQC and Shroud in there, so really kind of gave sort of different perspective on like the streamer's idea of what Battlefield 6 should be, and saying, hey, maybe the
in Norway and in Anglophone countries as well, people don't really go straight to the truth. You ask, how are you? You always lie. You never say, I'm terrible. The Russians or Serbians, if they ask, like, how are you? They can actually expect an honest answer.
Meet Niklas. He's from Norway, but has lived in France, Italy, Lithuania, Russia and UAE. Last year, he moved to Serbia, where he lives with his wife and 3 cats in a country house, while running a small IT business remotely. He shared why he chose the chaos of Serbian countryside over Norway's perfect order, the biggest differences between Norwegians and Serbs, and where to find real Serbian food. Enjoy.
Norway commonly perceived as a country with perfect standards of living.
Yes.
With good welfare, with no corruption at all. For many people, Serbia looks like quite the opposite.
Yes.
Why did you choose Serbia?
I think there's a lot of misconceptions about Serbia and other countries in general. Because when you come from like these top 10, 20 countries in all the rankings of like least corruption or GDP or Human Development Index, all these boring economic metrics, it's very easy to have this conception that it's the best here, everything else is terrible or whatever. But I don't think that's true. I think there's no such thing as a perfect country. I think all countries, they have pros and cons. And it all depends on what you're seeking at that given time. I think Norway is definitely super safe. Everything is sort of perfect, like Switzerland. In Serbia, they have like a joke I heard, like the most perfect is Switzerland or something. Like it doesn't get any more perfect. But at the same time, you know, I feel the weather is terrible in Norway. Everything is very predictable. There's no chaos. I mean, too much chaos is not good, but too much order as well can maybe be boring. It can like hinder production, development. Personally, I'm like entrepreneur. I like to make companies, to try new things. In Norway, the mindset is like you're supposed to get a safe job, you work that job forever, you get the house and you get your family and you do that life forever. And maybe if you're lucky, you buy like a summer house and a boat, you know, like that's peak Norway. But I think it doesn't really spur creative thinking, because when you go abroad, you get new perspectives. You see what are the challenges these people have, you know, that we don't have in Norway because we have this government that's doing everything on our behalf. Welcome to our house in Starapasova. This is where we live. You can see on the grass now is very dry because we had like 37 degrees some days back. It's been 30 forever. Didn't rain for like 3 weeks, and now it's pretty dead, unfortunately. So hopefully we'll get some more rain and it'll be green again. We have a big lawn, which is perfect for 3 cats running around. Soon we'll have a child running around.
Steal yourself!
So I have a big garden. We're trying a bit to plant some things. We have some trees here that was planted before we moved. We added some tomato plants in the corner. Because I lived in Italy, I really like to cook Italian food, so I use a lot of tomatoes. This is basil, but dead basil. But I mean, not everything is gonna survive. Especially now, the dirt is like very, very hard and tough. Normally, Vojvodina has very nice soil, but now it's very dry.
Yeah.
Tomato plants are going crazy, they're becoming very huge.
Have you experienced any cultural shocks there?
Yeah, there are definitely some cultural shocks, but that's from like my Norwegian point of reference from back home, you know. Norwegians are very orderly people. They follow rules like Germans, you know. All the rules are followed all the time. So I think it's probably like the Serbs, they're a bit more, rules are to be interpreted. I feel it's a good way of summing up the Serbian mentality. So a lot of people, they like park wherever they want, you know. Maybe there's some sign that says like don't walk here, and they'll walk there anyway. So these kind of things, you know, like you'll get shocked as Norwegian when people don't always follow the rules 100%.
When I went to Norway, the teacher left the tests on the table printed out, and she left the room. And no one touched them, no one looked at them. And I was sitting there and looking like, room. Left.
People don't always follow the rules 100%.
When I went to Norway, the teacher left the tests on the table printed out, and she left the room. And no one touched them, no one looked at them. And I was sitting there and looking like, why is no one looking at the tests? When the teacher just left it there, you know, we can find answers, but no, you know, it's not something people do. I was shocked because it's very common to cheat here. It's a very bad trait we have in Serbia.
Serbian people are very hospitable. They're always very kind. I can take an anecdote here, like the neighbor on the right and the neighbor on the left. They all invited us to like go to their place, and that's very weird as Norwegian. You know, Norwegians are a bit socially awkward in Norway. We don't speak to neighbors. You know, we just nod the head when we meet, and that's it. But here, everyone's inviting you. You actually know the neighbors, and that's really weird. Because in Norway, you don't know your neighbors, especially if you live in the city. You know, like you just greet each other and that's it. But here they like give us produce from the garden. They invite us for a homemade rakia. So I think Serbians are very, very hospitable, very warm people.
Very open people.
Very open as well, and they're very honest. In Norway and in Anglophone countries as well, people don't really go straight to the truth always, you know. You ask, how are you? You always lie. You never say, I'm terrible. You say, I'm good. But like Russians or Serbians, if they ask, like, how are you, you know, how are you doing? They can actually expect an honest answer, and that's interesting. Otherwise, they wouldn't ask, how are you doing, if they don't care how you're doing.
I was just showing all of these glass bottles because we're used to recycling and separating the different materials in Norway, and then, you know, but here we don't know what to do with this, and it feels very pity to just throw it and it will end up in the landfill and stay there for many years. So we're separating it and then just keeping it until we find a place where we can take it to.
What do you miss from Norway?
I think it's the cleanliness. I think some places in Serbia look very nice, but I think it's very depending on the local mayor, local administration, and the local people. Unfortunately, in Stara Paso, there's a lot of like illegal dumping, you know, like they throw the trash in the river, and that makes me very sad because I want nature to be like clean and pure, untouched as much as possible. Thankfully in Serbia, I think the national parks are very well maintained. Like I went to Fruška Gora and it looked beautiful. I didn't see like one piece of trash anywhere. But I think just being able to go for a walk and not seeing like rubbish on the ground, that's something I miss a lot. And also administration, I miss a bit in Norway. Because it took me 6 months to open a bank account, to get residency and all of this in Serbia. So I miss like speed of bureaucracy, and I miss sanitation, you know, like recycling, and just probably like some aspects of animal welfare as well. Because we went to the supermarket and some kids this past stood there with like 3 newly born cats, and like we rescued this from the dumpster. And that was very sad because we always try to help animals. In Dubai, with all 3 cats we have, like rescues from Dubai, we took from the street. So Serbia is a beautiful country. They have so many opportunities here to make it like a really big tourist destination, you know. Like the landscape where I live in Vojvodina, it looks a lot like north of Italy. It looks very nice. I think if they cared more about like the traditional landscape and the historical buildings and fix some of the illegal dumping of trash, it would be beautiful here. I mean, much more people will come to visit them.
You can reverse cultural shock.
Yes, you know, I've lived there for 10 years, so after this time, I feel like I'm Serbian, but I'm not Serbian. I'm also Norwegian. And after coming back, there's many things that people do here which I forgot are normal. For example, we had a few guys coming in and cleaning the air conditioning. And he asked if he could just smoke a cigarette. And I said, no, you can't, because we have fire alarms, I'm pregnant, we have to go outside. I said, okay, no problem. Then I would just find the cigarettes in the grass the day after, you know, who just left. It's probably very Serbian, but I forgot it's normal to just throw things like this, leave the trash and maybe pollute. You can see when you drive outside of Stara Paso, there's trash everywhere. You know, people just stop with the cars and leave the trash and do not think about it.
Yeah.
Probably.
Ты хорошо говоришь по-русски.
Да, я могу говорить по-русски, но это уже давно я не практиковал русский. Сейчас в Сербии это очень много возможностей говорить по-русски.
Это так необычно видеть человека из Норвегии, который интересуется Россией и который учил русский язык. Почему ты стал учить русский язык?
Мой дедушка, он живет в Литве. Он тоже норвежец, но он переехал в 90-е, и он выбрал жить в Литве. И я был у него как каждого лета. И там я просто интересовал как русскую историю, культуру и, конечно, литовскую историю тоже. Да. И после этого я просто выбрал учить русский язык. Я учил русский язык 1 год в Осло и 1 год в Новосибирске. Frost.
What about Serbian? Do you learn it now?
Yeah, I'm learning a bit of Serbian, but I haven't studied Serbian. And now I'm super busy. I'm working like 10, 11 hours a day. So unfortunately, I don't have the time to properly learn Serbian, so I feel like a bit of guilt about that. But thankfully, I get to practice on the street. My fiance's family, they all speak Serbian. Some of them don't speak too good English. So I get to practice with them as well. And they're also like a minority here in Serbia, so they also speak Slovak. So for me, it's like language mix. And when I'm in the street, you know, I'm speaking some Slovak, some Serbian. When I don't know, I'm mixing some Russian or English. So it's like big confusion.
How Serbs react when they hear this mix of languages from you?
I think they're used to it because there's a lot of Russians here now. But I think they appreciate it. They always give me compliments like, you learn so much, you know. I live in a small village here, or town is 20,000 people. So I meet the same people every day, you know. It's the same person selling burek, it's the same person selling the coffee, same lady in the supermarket. So they sort of follow my progression, you know. Like in December when I first arrived, I spoke nothing. I was completely lost, but now I speak like 10 more words. So they always give me compliments like, you learned so much, you speak so good. But I managed. I learned the most important ones in Serbian, the greetings, of course, hvala, može da platimo, može karticom.
Karticom, gotovinom.
Yeah, the cash, može srednju pizzu.
Kesa treba.
Da, treba kesa, dve kesa, you know. So yeah, I learned a bit. I'm slight Serbian as well, very little Serbian. I'm 1/8 Serbian. So I always had in the back of my head I should come back to my roots and visit the place and see what it's about. And then at a party in Norway, I met Ivona, my fiancée. She told me she's from Stara Pazova, and I was like, interesting. My great-grandpa, he's from Nova Pazova. And we met in Norway. So it was a very funny coincidence. And then she was like, she thought I was lying, and I showed her like some documents where it says, yeah, it's true, my great-grandpa from here. And then we didn't speak too much about it. We just figured out we have some common nationality, even though it's very small for me, it's 1/8.
When we're talking about cultural differences, I don't feel like there's too many, because I've lived there for a long time. But there's still some things which are, he does things his way and I do things my way. For example, sometimes he can be like, things have to be done, you know, by the plan, because Norwegians are very used to everything going by the plan, and that's how the whole country is. And I'll be like, no, let's just change the plan, so go do this and go meet a friend with coffee. And be like, oh no, we need to follow the plan, you know. But since we moved to Serbia, I think it's changing a bit. His mentality has changed.
When you decided to move to Serbia, you decided it straight away to go to Stara Pazova, or maybe try living in Belgrade, try living in Novi Sad?
We checked a lot of different options. We checked Belgrade, Novi Sad, because Novi Sad is a beautiful city, I think. They have more of the traditional architecture that I really like. Belgrade too has nice architecture, but in Belgrade it's more like if you're into this kind of 50s to 70s, 80s, mikrorayon, sort of socialist-inspired architecture, that's more for you. But I really like the traditional. But either way, we looked into this, but Ivona's family is here in Stara Pazova, and we had the option to go here to live with her grandmother, which we did. But even though it's a small city, it's a lot of construction here. Like Belgrade is eating Stara Pazova. They're just moving into here and it's becoming like a commuter town, so they're just popping up these huge construction sites everywhere. And we had like one of these construction sites right next to us, and that really impacted our sleep. We couldn't sleep at all, we got super annoyed, so we rented our own house in the same town. So now we were like too deep into it to move somewhere else, I guess. I mean, we have our family around, I have an office I'm renting here, and we already know some people. Stara Pazova is almost like living in Belgrade anyway, because it's 25 minutes on the train and you're there in the downtown, so it doesn't really stop us from being in Belgrade as well, making friends there. In order not to lose our cats, I mean, they're very kind, they always come back in the evening, but you never know. So we attach this kind of tag to the cat. They're not annoyed, they just walk around with it, like nothing. We take it up in the evenings. And if the cat wanders away, I
Imiter.
can find it, you know, on the phone.
Welcome to
Or
my
if I
channel.
want to take the cats indoor in the evening, I just go on my phone, I can see on the map, you know, where the cat is. Go and pick them up. So it's like a great relief, you know, because as a cat owner, I'm always scared, you know, where's my cat? What's the cat doing? Why is it not coming home? So it's very nice and it's very cheap as well. Probably like 15 euros or something.
Very Norwegian.
Yeah, I mean, the family.
What aspects of living here in Serbian countryside is challenging for you?
It's probably the lack of international community. But I think it's like a double-edged sword because it's also nice because it forces you to simulate the Serbian culture as well. Sometimes I miss to like just hang out with some programmers and speak English or discuss our work. You won't really find those people in Stara Pazova. They're all in Belgrade. So I miss that aspect, you know. But here in Stara Pazova, it's more like traditional town. People have normal jobs, do normal things. And that's okay, of course, because people have to do whatever they want. But I miss that cosmopolitan lifestyle a bit. So that's nice to have Belgrade. So I can sort of meet like some crazy entrepreneurs and they can tell me their projects and I get inspiration from that, or speak to someone in my field as well.
What do you think about lacking of socializing, social life, meetups, different conferences, good places to eat out, lacking delivery, food delivery? What do you think?
I mean, you lose some of this when you live outside the city, but like I lived in huge cities now, like almost my entire life. So, I mean, I feel like I've got it out of my system a bit, you know. Now I seek more village life, you know, like tranquility. There's like no cars passing by. I can let my cats run around freely. We have 3 of them. We're expecting a child. I can just open the door and the child can run around in my backyard. So I think that's also nice. I think at a certain point you value those aspects of life more than you value busy city life. When I lived in cities, you have all these opportunities around you, all this, the best concerts, the best restaurants, best bars. But in reality, you're just working, and in the weekend sometimes you're even too tired to go to these places. So now I actively need to seek the city life instead of like having the city life around me all the time. So I think that's nice.
How old are you?
I'm 28.
Usually people have the same thoughts as you by 50, by after 40, but you have already reached it.
My grandma always gives me shit. She says like, you're like a grandpa trapped in a young body. That's what my grandma tells me sometimes.
Now, what is the most beautiful part of living here?
I think simplicity of living. I feel like it's it's not complicated at all. Like, people are probably even more open and straightforward than in the city. In the city, everyone's used to foreigners in Belgrade. It's no surprise, but here it's like they're always curious, they want to invite you for things, they want to hold a conversation, learn more about you. So I feel like, I'd say it's even more welcoming and warm in the city. And also, less noise, there's no cars here. You get a big house and a big yard and a lot of space for less money. Those are probably the best aspects.
Can you explain what is it?
This is nicotine pouches. You can even buy them here in Serbia. You can see the writings in Serbia.
Oh yeah.
This one is made in Sweden. In Sweden and Norway, this is the main way of doing things. Like cigarettes in Norway is very uncommon. I have no friends in Norway who smoke. I have a lot of people who use this. Unfortunately, you don't get the original one here. You get nicotine pouches. In Norway, you put tobacco inside. Here they put like cellulose, like paper, and then it adds nicotine drops to it. It's similar effect, not quite original tobacco pouches. Quite strong. In Norway is very common. You just put it in and you leave it. And I think it's very well designed because you can put the used ones in here, so you don't really pollute, throw around. Serve as well as cigarette butts that's bad. In Norway too, it used to be the same, but now almost no one's smoking, so less cigarette butts. And you can use them in public transport, in schools, you know, at workplace, without annoying other people, because you just put it in your mouth, there's no smoke, there's no contamination.
How is your Serbian family accepted?
Ivana's family, they're very welcoming. At first they're a bit skeptical, because in Serbia they're a bit more conservative than in Norway. and we're not even married now. We're just engaged. And they're a bit skeptical. They're like, when you're gonna get married? They're always like asking, aren't you supposed to get married now? Because in Serbia it's very uncommon to get children when you're not married, especially in the countryside. But even through all of this, they've always been super warm, welcoming. They make great food for us. They give me drinks. They try to communicate in very slow Serbian. And some of the family also speak very good English as well, so I can speak
even
them.
here in Staroplaza.
Yeah, that's a younger generation.
Your in-laws treat you with rakia, I think.
Yeah, of course, a lot of rakia.
What is your favorite type of rakia?
Favorite type? I think it's Kasia.
Kaisia.
Kaisia, yes, the apricot. I really like the apricot. It has, it's very sweet, it's nice, it has an apricot flavor. But I also like the traditional sliva, of course, slivovica. It's also nice, I like that one. My least favorite is probably grape. I never became a big fan of grape rakia. I think sliva is good and I really like kaisia.
What about food? How is traditional Serbian food different from Norwegian food?
I think they're a bit similar in the aspect that it's like simple protein, simple carbs, and then a few vegetables maybe, and there's not too much spice. They pretend they add spice, you know, they say we add some paprika and they say that's spice, you know. Go to India, that's spice, or Thailand. So I think the food is it's easy to eat, it's not too spicy, it's not too strong in the flavor, it's like simple flavors, mostly separated on the plate. So I think the food is fairly similar, but of course they have more of this Turkish and Balkan influence, so you have this kind of a lot of like kebabs, grilled. So I like the food. The food is good, but
your favorite food?
I'd say it's probably a good goulash. It's very nice. I think unfortunately it's very hard to get good Serbian food everywhere. A lot of places only fast food, so you only get the grilled meat and they give you a lot of fries. So, but when I travel in the countryside and I go to this salash, yeah, those are amazing. There's just like one grandma cooking food. Maybe there's no menu. She just sits down like today we're serving this or this, and it's always fresh and amazing. It's like maybe they butcher the pig themselves, or they collected the grapes for the wine themselves. Everything's like homemade. Some of it is like organic. They don't even know it's organic, but it is organic because they make it themselves in the village. And those food is amazing. I think the best Serbian food you find in the villages, in the small family-run places.
Is it tough for you to run a small garden?
I'd like to say yes, but luckily my fiance is doing 90% of the work, so I cannot take too much of that. But I'd like in the future to grow in more. Maybe like buy a super small farm or something. That would be lovely, and make more food.
And you have a lot of grape.
Yeah. Huge grapes. They're going absolutely crazy. They're just taking over the fence.
Yeah.
So we don't know what to do with that. We never made wine, so maybe we'll have to try this year.
You can make rakia. You can try to make rakia.
Then I'd need a scary device that's gonna distill and boil and.
You have a lot of place here for this device.
I think I'd probably ask one of the neighbors. They probably have more experience in rakia making.
What do you think Norway, this ideal country in my eyes, could learn from Serbia?
It's to be more open, I guess. Be more welcoming to strangers. Make it easier for people to go to your country as well and stay there, live there. Yeah, I'd say those are the main aspects.
What would you say to Norwegians who intend to go to Serbia for living?
I think you need to rid yourself of some of the ways of seeing society from a Norwegian perspective. You know, like you need to be open for a bit more chaos, like people parking their cars around you. You need to be open for bureaucracy to be a bit relaxed. You know, not everyone taking everything so serious all the time. Otherwise, you're going to be very miserable and you're going to walk around complaining about everything because it's very different mentality and way of doing things. It's a bit more slow, a bit more relaxed. It's very different, you know, not everything is like you write something down and you execute it perfectly according to plan, like in Norway.
Yeah.
So you need to change your perspective a bit and be open for new experiences.
Hi everyone, it's Rax. Path of Exile 2 just released 0.3 and a ton of people have been playing. They had a big patch prepared here. And I want to go through and I want to make the state of the game video that we normally do. People have been begging me to do this, so here I am. I was kind of like iffy about if I was going to do this, but whatever. YOLO, we send it. So I played a monk through up to Act 4, and then I beat the whole campaign on a sorcerer. I haven't touched the endgame yet, kind of on purpose. I'm not a huge fan of PoE 2's endgame in this state. And I think if I remember the words from Jonathan and Mark correctly, the next patch is going to really address endgame, if I heard that right. So just looking forward to that. So this feedback will be mostly based upon 2 playthroughs, not in the endgame. I got no feedback for the endgame currently. And yeah, let's just dive on into it. I have a feeling it's going to be a pretty long video, so let's just get started. The good. Act 4 and the extra content that they had for Act 4, to me, honestly, like, is some of the best, like, PvE ARPG content I've seen in a long time. I pretty much loved everything that they made. I thought the bosses were very interesting, unique, cool. Some of their mechanics, I'm kind of glad I wasn't on hardcore, because some of their mechanics were pretty brutal and kind of, I was kind of like, okay, he's doing something, I just don't know what he's doing, and then it hits me for 99% of my health. But actually, I survived them pretty well. I thought, again, as you fight them a couple of times, it's pretty fair. You can learn what they do. And some amazing design and artwork there. Like, along with that, the atmosphere, the ambience, the biomes, just how everything felt going to all the different islands, choosing where you got to go. Very, very cool. I love the secrets that you put anywhere. I found some of them. I was like, oh, here's a hidden treasure chest that people probably miss. And there was some meme encounters as well. I would rattle them off, but I don't want to really give too many spoilers. But I saw the meme encounters as well. So for me, I liked Act 4 so much and the extra content so much that it makes me really look forward to what is Act 5, what is Act 6, what are any of the new things that they have planned for the endgame. I think when it's all said and done, if we can expect more of this, I think PoE 2 could easily be in the running for having the best campaign of any ARPG. Really, the only thing I've heard people complaining about is Act 4 takes so long, or some of the zones are way too big. I mean, yeah, I mean, the Act 4 took a very long time, but, I mean, usually when we're in this position, we're complaining that there isn't enough content. So now we're going to sit here and complain that there's too much content. I'd like to think that that's pretty much something I'm never going to say, so I don't mind it at all. I thought it was fantastic. This is not really a change from this patch notes, but it happened in the middle of last season, so for some people it would be new, but you're definitely dropping far more items. I saw it all the time. When you kill rares, when you kill bosses, when you open a treasure chest, when you complete an event, anything like that, you're definitely dropping more items, and the amount of items that you're dropping feels better now. Still, the items are so scarce, I don't even play the campaign with a loot filter. I don't even know what you need a loot filter for in the campaign. Like, there's not that much that drops. You can just quickly, pretty easily just dissect everything on your own. But more items dropping is a win. The Abyss mechanic that you added, and of course Abyss is in PoE 1. I just got done playing Abyss in PoE 1. Most of us did last week with the little treasure chests we were following around opening up. I think this Abyss is just better. I think it's got better visuals. I like how there's different like stages or setups to it, and how you can complete it in different parts and spawn mechanics. I found it pretty rewarding, and I found it like very just natural to do it. You just walk up and there's the Abyss, and you just engage with it. You're just in the Abyss. Nice. That's good. Thought the Abyssal Dungeon was pretty fun, and the crafting element, people said later on it gets really strong. I used it a few times, and it did help me. Overall, I think the Abyss mechanic that you added is pretty successful, so I thought you did a good job there. The crafting, I think, has gotten better and then people are going to be really mad if I say that because people in general still hate the crafting system. I still think a lot of it is kind of a slot machine. I don't think it's better than Last Epoch's crafting system or PoE 1's, but it is better. The tiered currency gives you some more options. I was able to add a really nice spell damage thing to my wand that I needed. It took me forever to find a good one, so I used an essence. That made me feel good. It's better.
Face me.
That's all I have to say. It's better. The new trading system. I haven't engaged with it yet, but everyone, and I mean everyone in my chat who has used it, said that they love it. So that's good. You guys said you were worried about a bunch of hiccups there, and maybe there's some exploits or some problems. But overall, huge W. You were like really worried that opening up multiple supports might not be the right move, or it might break the game. Nope, I haven't seen any of that. It seems to make it a lot better. I mean, here's the way that I approached that entire conversation when people were thinking about it. If everybody is supposed to put the same support on every spell, I think that means that the design of the supports is bad. If one of them is just way better than everything else and you just slap it on everything, I don't think the problem is that you can slap it on everything. The problem is one of them is just the best thing in all situations, and that's not good design. So I did not find myself putting every single one of the same supports on every single thing. In fact, usually I wanted completely different things. And in general, it seems to me Grinding Gear Games over the years has, made a name for themselves and made such amazing games by opening up possibilities, not closing them and forcing you to do a specific thing. I think opening it up is the way better option here. The support tiers and the lineage supports give you things to chase. I actually really like the support tiers. Like, actually playing it felt way better than it sounded when you presented it. Because it's like, okay, I get rapid casting at level 1, of course, so I can cast faster. But rapid casting 2 is ahead on the horizon, and boy, I actually really want that. And maybe I'll read the next one, and maybe it'll actually change the mechanic. And is that good for my build? Maybe not, but rapid casting 2 is still good. And as you said, I should have added this as another bonus, but another good thing that you did is you said you changed the recommended gems. Last time, played this game a lot. I have almost 1,000 hours already in the early access. I agree with what you said in the presentation when you said a lot of your recommended gems were literally bad. I don't think they're perfect, but I do think they're better. At least the recommended gems make some sense. It's going to be really good for new players and things like that, so it's another thing. But the support tiers of constantly getting that feeling that you're getting something exciting when a new tier of a support gem drops, I thought that went very well. Deflection. Deflection seems like a great addition to the game. People who take it feel a lot tankier, so that's very nice. That seems to be going well. I haven't played with any armor yet. In general, I polled some people. They said in general it feels better. Cannot confirm that. It's just what I heard. Okay, there it is. I think the updated passive tree, if we ignore the fact oh, they nerfed this node for my build and that makes me mad. In general, the more expansive passive tree to me seems to open up opportunities of how I could customize my build, and I think that's a good thing. So I think in general, the expansion of the passive tree is making the game better. Am I mad if you change some nodes that ruin some of my favorite builds? Yes. But in general, opening it up is making it better. And the final one, you added sprint to the game. So you have the ability to sprint. That's good. I like sprinting. Everybody likes sprinting. There's no debates there. So that is a good thing. But there's a lot of mechanics about sprint that are questionable at best, which we will get to in the downsides. So now let's move on to those. So what could use improvement? Well, this is very obvious. I don't need to explain it. A lot of people are crashing all the time and having major performance issues. That's what she said. I have not experienced this. I haven't crashed one time. I haven't disconnected one time. And the only time, and it happens every time, that I lose all of my frames is when I port to King's March. If I port to King's March, forget it. Like, I'm on, it's like a slideshow trying to get to the boat and sail to the next island. But I know a lot of people with very powerful setups are just suffering immensely. So it's an obvious one. Gotta fix that. Sprint. So there are a lot of things about Sprint that I'll be honest with you, just to speak in plain English, they just really bother me. That really piss me off.
Join the dead, you so defiled.
Let me check.
Mechanicus stuff.
Yeah,
Welcome to my channel. Video Sam D.
Hvala. Baš sam se pitao da li mogu to da uradim. Imaš znači fora. Mogu. Kao što sam i mislio. Kako te ja nisam registrovao si ni na kanalu. Viš, na primjer, ovaj luk sam enchantovo sa ovim, vidiš ovaj T8 što piše modifier. To sam dodao sa onim Abyssalom. A ovo isto ima Mark of the Abyssal Lord. Ali ne znam šta da radim s tim. Šta mu dođe Mark of the Abyssal Lord?
Pa to ti je ekskluzivno za sezonu.
A znam, ali već sam probao onaj bunar da uzem da ga bacim. Već sam to jednom uradio za luk i dobio sam da biram 3 atributa i izabrao sam 7 dexterity-a. Ništa ono crazy, pa ono šta god.
Aha. Pa...
Nemaš ideju. Dobro.
Ja ne znam da li je nešto crazy, ali dobiješ da biraš statistike, ono, tako to radi.
Da, ali okej, to je za luk bilo, ali šta je za tobolac? Šta je sa ovim Mark of the Abyssal Lord? Koji je to đavo?
To ne znam. Kad su davali oni preview, dali su samo statistike. Ovo je 2 Markov, Abyssal Lord. Što kaže, desecrating item with Markov Abyssal Lord, modifier always removes that modifier, replacing it with a level, desecrating modifier or higher tier.
Dobro, ali wow, kakvo objašnjenje.
Ja ne znam, brate, ja sam znam još manje.
Ima neki...
Mark of the Abyssal Lord. Desecrating an item with the Mark of the Abyssal Lord modifier always removes that modifier, replacing it with an unready alleged desecrated modifier of a higher tier.
Skinem i on to, ali već sam to uradio. Dodati modifier, pa onda...
Ne kapiram ono što, mislim...
Ubaciš ga u Well of Soul, to sam uradio i...
You will be able to throw your item into the Well of Souls, and you'll be given a choice. 3 different modifiers to pick from, and it doesn't stop there.
Znači dobiješ generalnu statistiku samo uz par dodatnih koraka, ono ništa više.
Doesn't stop there. Abyss crafting also extends to waystones, adding brand new empowered modifiers.
Bears the Mark of Abyssal Lord desecrated modifier. Guarantees a higher tier desecrated modifier. Ali nije mi dao da to uradim. To je ono što me interesuje. Ne znam zašto. To bug neki. Jesi, baba.
Here, have this useless gold.
Have this useless gold.
Here, have this useless gold.
Kako si ti jutros? Rano si ustao?
Evo, malo pa sam ustao, dolazim sebi. Ja gledam šta ću.
Ovo ide vratno na 100 za svečanje. Lukavici me nekako žao da polomim. Što da je 9 tak speeda i imaju rarity. Žao mi je. tell your tale.
Jučer sam završio drugi akt.
O dobro, mislim da mi je iskočilo da si negde ujutro ili popodne, nisam siguran. Mislim da je negde, negde u toku dana sam vidio, čini mi se da si igrao oko 1, mislim da sam vidio.
O, jes, pa ja sam igrao, prestajao, pa nastavio negde posle 6. Nego... U kojem pravcu ti ideš? Jel nameravaš da furaš bov do kraja ili...
Idem dok mogu, dok ne udarim zid, to tako ide kod mene.
A ne, da mislim i o jebe ga ovim pasivima isto.
Za šta, za bov?
Pa da, s obzirom da nemaš mnogo attack speeda kod Warriora i
ne znam da uzmem,
krita.
Pa ja sam uzeo još manje attack speeda, na primjer, imaš ovaj heavy ammunition. Imaš projectile stun build up plus 40%. Išao. Mnogo bolje nego što zvuči.
A ujebote, pa te ništa nisi uzeo.
Šta ništa nisam uzeo? Kako nisam?
Pa gledam ono od ovih pasova, uzeo si generalnu statistiku.
Stun threshold sam uzeo sam ovdje regeneraciju i armor. Ovdje sam uzeo jedan game slot. Mislio sam da uzmem Trusted Kinship, kao prošli put. Trusted Kinship ti daje 2 companiona, a companion ti je jedan onaj koga možeš da captureš sa onim support gemom, ono da tamuješ beast. Možda možeš i 2 da imaš, ali planirao sam drugo da uzmem onu pticu. Znaš, tako sam prošli put igrao, bilo mi je chill.
Aha, da jašeš hoćeš i to.
Ma da, i da ima miniona da bije za mene. S tim što ptica, kad sjašeš pticu udara isto, znaš to?
Da li ne udaraju nešto posebno?
Nema vez. Možeš da staviš one modifajere da tankuje. Ima mnogo health. Možeš staviš modifajere za health, možeš staviš modifajere za resist. Taman toliko recimo da boss ne udara tebe nekad kad hoćeš da te ne udara. Ne radi baš ono reliable, ali mogu da odvuku agro. Recimo ako hoćeš da se pohealaš i da skloniš nekad od nečega što bi te vjerojatno pogubilo.
Ja htio da kažem...
Moment.
Aha.
Što je ćao? Dobro jutro. Ništa, zvučna izolacija garantovana, da se udari. Reci. Viš. Nas. Ne mjesto. Možda neki bug. I don't know. Ne mi jasno.
Pa to je to, znači samo si to nešto zamenio i dobio si taj mark i to je to od nas.
Ali ne vidim šta daje. Čak najveća fora što recimo on daje stat, daje ti stat koji je aktivan, ali ne vidiš šta radi. Pojma neš. Kako beše sad? Imaš City of Cat i šta imaš?
Ja sam išao Titana na kraju, ja ovog krajem Titana na kraju.
A za prvo ne ideš... Gde nalaziš drugi deo medaljona?
Pa to ti kažemo, imaš...
U ketu, jel?
To što si ti radio, ket pa titan.
E pa to mi reci, jer sam teo sam da nađem medaljon.
Ket. Ili kit.
Kita. Čekaj sekundu, viš da ti piše na helmetu ovo. Number of pits closed. Ne znam zašto to tako radi, ali to ti piše na kozmetici.
The weary traveler has reached the end of the path. Welcome to the city of 7 wonders, whence bounty springs. Behold our lush plains and verdant forests, blessed to feed empires far and wide. Eat, drink, and be fat at your leisure. So long as you...
Čekaj bre, zašto ja nemam to otvoreno što i ti?
Koje?
To zabisao.
Nije, zato što nisi našao. To je ono što, moja pretpostavka je, znajući tebe, jel voliš da pretražiš čitavu mapu?
Da.
Sigurno. To ti je ona Valley of Bones. Valley of Bones je jako velika, ima dosta dead endova. Mogu da razumijem tvoju želju baš da ne ideš, ima onaj ćošak tamo, mračan je, ko moj mater vratno je kao ćoš sokak, ništa nema. Bukvalno je takav bio ćošak, samo što sam imao sreći, nešto sam ga odmah.
A što, da se tu baš nalazi ekskluzivno ili?
Da, u Valley of Bones. Onda imaš jednu pećinu. I onda kad prođeš čitavu pećinu imaš Well of Souls, kao bunar duša. Bukvalno sam usput našao tu mehaniku. Ja bi otišao tamo da proverim to.
Pa nema što, ja bi otišao, moram da idem tamo.
Pa ne moraš, to ti je... Enchantuje ti je random item.
Pa malo je, ja.
Pa nije malo, ali...
Dodati Divine ili dodati Exalted, znaš, zamislim.
Još možda biraš šta hoćeš.
Pa to ti kažeš.
Imaš bar neki izbor postoji, razumeš.
Važi?
Ne čujem kad pričaš zidovima, reci. Znaš da mi je sve jedno, znaš da radim i subotom i nedeljom. Kažeš radim danima ponedjeljkom, to mene nekako ne interesuje, razlike mi nema pošto svaki dan radim, znaš. Ne interesuje me sve. Osjeća kao da živim na planinskom selu, a ne u ravničarskom. Se dozivam okolo. Ne znam zašto radi golemi bili ovdje. Ajde rekao.
Našao sam rupu, ali rupa nije to, tako.
Kako rupa? Brate, ja se spawnuo boss.
Pa nisu spawnovali bossa, zato što su spawnovali gomilo onih malih i tako, i na kraju se spawnovao boss, da.
To je to, da.
I?
Pa tada nađeš drugi deo pećine.
Aha, znači ima još nešto, znači to sam našao i prošli put.
Da se spaju ove dve relikvije ili to samo staviš onaj točkić?
A ne, tako ih držiš i onda ćeš naći u Various Titan mjesto gdje trebaš ih postaviš i možda izabereš kao level i desnu statistiku.
Level i desni bonus.
I samo zato su ih opet promenili.
Šta imaju?
Tako da će sada...
Drugačije svakog karaktera.
Ne, mislim da to nikad nije bilo, da je uvijek isto na svime, ali mislim da ti sada daju, kako se zove, charm slot i šta da li charm duration.
Čim ručam, za jedno 15 minuta.
Ili koliko je da imaš charge-ova.
Da, jer kuvamo rakiju. Jeste, dobro, u redu. Nema problem.
Ono, ranije si valjda imao neke regeneracije da biraš statistike ili ovih life-a, mane ili tako nešto. Pa sad ti kažem, ili ćeš da biraš charge duration i charm slot ili charge quantity i charm slot.
Onda su stavili da imaš kao onaj bounty modifier da ti brže dobijaš charge-ove za bocu, ono nije loše. Kad dobiješ određene neprijatelje sa tim skillom koji je linkovan za to.
Evo ga jebeni Velo Souls. Da je stvarno sam ga propustio prvi put.
Koliko sati? 10:15, jel? Ne, 10:30. To bi da ručam nešto.
Htio da kažem koliko ti treba?
A treba mi... jebi ga. Idemo jedan, tako da ono... Ne znam zašto mi se odblokirao jedan broj koji sam blokirao pre godinu dana. Ne znam mi čovjek šalje poruke kad ih i ne čitam uopšte. Ne sam ga opet blokirao. Bar na godinu dana još.
Nekoliko. President... Aha. Nema ništa da stavim sad. Nešto mi se ne dopada.
Ulica kod Dajne Spirit.
Sad kada...
Da?
Stavljaš ove gemovi, sad ti gemovi kao idu direktno na... oružje.
Koji gemovi? Oni što idu...
Ovi skill... Pa da, skill gemovi ono.
Kako idu na oružje?
Pa znaš ono kada skineš oružje, da ti se gem... Da skineš i gemove s njega.
Ne skidaš gemove. Ne. Nego je game linkovan za skill. Razumeš? Ne znam da li si me sad shvatio u čemu je razlika.
Ja kad skinem oružje skinem, brate, i to, tako da ne znam.
Zato što ti vadi, na primjer, imaš skill koji može se aktivirati samo sa quarterstaff. Da ti ne bi sad uzeo umjesto quarterstaffa dvoručni buzdovan koji radi mnogo veći damage, on ti fino skine i gem. Razumeš? Vratno zbog nekog abuse. I zbog neke kombinatorike koje vjerojatno njima ono... Da ne mogu da radiš određeni skill sa recimo drugim tipom oružja. Koji bi ti recimo dalo veći base damage. Znaš, ne para. Tako vrsta kombinatorike.
Satchel is full.
Čegrtava košulja. Što za tu reč?
Ne, ali mi se dopada.
Da li je iz... ne mogu setim, da li je iz... Game of Thrones, ili ti ono... Je to ni Game of Thrones, to je pesma Vatre leda od J.R. Martina po knjizi. I ja mislim da jedan od tih čifhtena sa severa ima daje ime ili nadimak Čegrtava košulja. Rattling shirt ili Rattling mail, kako već. Tako su ga ovi domaći, jeli, prilagodili, znači. Mislim, ono, nije idealno i nije interesantno, a oni su to tako, mislim, šta ja znam. Zašto dobijamo transmutation shard, ono, to mi nikad nije bilo jasno. Kome to treba?
Young one. Oh, here. Have this useless gold.
Kako stojiš bocama za health?
Nemam pojma, normalno.
Mislim, jesi našao bocu koja odgovara life poolu koji imaš?
A, to, skoro. Imam 570, a boca mi daje 387. 16 leveli.
Pa onda nije
Da li
baš...
želim 20% revive speeda?
Za?
20% revive speeda ili želim 20%, ne znam, da, nije baš 20%.
Revive speed, na šta, na minijene, šta?
Da, mnogo više ginu sad.
Pa dobro, ni Grandi Gear Gamesu ne odgovara da ti imaš forever minijene baš.
A da, evo sad ima da se kupe ove veće, ali i to mogu bi da napravim.
A dobro, se setio Kolumba. Da, to sam te i pitao, to sam ja uradio. Ako se baš uvijek ostaneš da ti igra dropove bocu za health, da ti basic varijantu koja recimo heala 340 ili 400 nebitno.
O jebote, dobio sam increase... Dobio sam increase amount recovered i dobio sam increase charges. Skoro pa...
Imaš čak onu varijantu da ti heale minijane, znaš to?
A, to nisam vidio.
Da. Mislim, nije ti korisno ako nemaš minijane, ali ono, možda bude.
Ne, napravi se. Pa nisam jelo, što sam 32. level.
Imaš opciju onda uključiš da sprinta ti karakter dok god ne udari u nešto. To znaš? Umjesto da držiš space za sprint.
Da, nemam pojma, mislim, imaš veću kontrolu kada sprintaš sam ovako.
Ne, nego to je samo da ne možeš da držiš picnu taster, razumeš?
Brate, ja nikad nisam imao otisaj da ga držim toliko dugo.
Prazna mapa, hoćeš da pretažiš ćošak, nema waypointa.
Ma ja odmah to sve, kažem ti, uzijem u stranu.
Ne verujem da možeš baš. Nekad imaš jedan mali ćoškić ili skretanje i onda imaš drugi na drugu stranu. Onda nađeš checkpoint iza toga drugog ćoška i ne možeš se vratiš na prvi. Ajde, možda je tu biti krajnji vol nešto. Kaki, nije krajnji vol, nego ne znam. Druga krivina. I tako. Danas ti je Rockin' Stone update za Helldiver 2.
Oooo!
Stvarno? S pećinama, da?
Da.
Ili ti bolje reći, smislili su kako da naprave nivo koji je zatvoren s onim velikim stenama. Onim klancima, bukvalno ti zatvoren iznad glave. Kao sistem pećina ti napravim. I onda na određenim mjestima da imaš kao ono da se vidima u suštini nebo. Gdje kao imaš rupe u pećini, vjerojatno. Možeš da pozoveš podršku iz istroja. Da baciš municiju, oružje, šta god. Ne vjerujem da ćeš moći da navučeš 500 neprijatelja u tu taj mali prostor da im baciš napalm na glavu. To je baš bilo ono...
Da.
Glup gameplay, I like.
What the fuck? Tučuše me ko mi ne, ali izmorim kulba.
A ono mi je bilo presmešno što sam ubio i nekromanstere, jednu njegovu zveru. Prvo sam njega ubio. Obično ubiješ prvo onog vola.
Ja gledam ih ubijem ono zajedno.
Zavisi da li možeš sebi da koristiš toliko luksuza.
Pa malo duže traje, ali lakše ih izbjegavati dvoje nego kad, ne znam, pogotovo ono jedan ostane. Više da baš onom ragu poludi.
Ja obično kad staniram jednog, umjesto da ga bijem, ja uzmem pa voštim drugi. Ovo je bilo dobro, ja. Pravimo sam bio bossa za stan i onda sam mu detonirao sve charge-eve koje sam imao. I pobije sve minjene oko sebe. On sam. A ovo je naprijed daje knjigu za 2 skill poena, a? Lepo.
Dobro. Ma kome eksplodira brešt?
Što ti neprijatelj detonira charge-eve neke na glavu?
O.
Da te možda naradi isto ono što sam ja sad, armor break neki.
Ma samo mi neke eksplozije ono budu. Ne znam ni dakle ni šta.
Sad sam otišao pojedem nešto.
I ja isto se razmišljam.
I da uradim što kaže staff stvari. I ako budem tu, vidjet ćemo se.
Šta si druga?
Zbog ljudi koji me prate okolo, ne bi se izjašnjavao. Čitaš dobro između redova, vratno ne moram da objašnjavam.
To. Kapirali smo se.
Hvala.
Ništa. Ništa ti kažemo da uživaj pa se čujemo onda.
Hvala, naravno.
Ako stigneš.
Jest. Pozdrav.